Let us pray. Father, we give you thanks. We give you all the praise and glory and honor. And we are reminded of your word. The earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof. We thank you for this another day that you have granted all of us. We thank you for your love and your mercy. We thank you even for this very moment as we are gathered here in the house of assembly. We pray for the speaker as she, Lord, directs the house, and for the members of government and those that are in opposition, that as they discuss, Lord, the matters that are being brought before the house today, that you would be honored. We pray that you would grant unto them wisdom, that as they share together, Lord, they be united in one purpose, and that is for the building up of Anguilla. We commit, Lord, the session before you, and we pray that you would have your divine way in Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Can we say our Father's prayer? Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain. Good morning, members. You may be seated.
Confirmation of minutes. Minutes of proceedings of the 8th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly.
Are there any amendments to the minutes, please? If there are no amendments, can someone move that the minutes be accepted as circulated?
Madam Speaker, I move that the minutes are accepted as circulated.
Madam Speaker, I second.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of proceedings of the 8th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly be confirmed as circulated. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Minutes of proceedings of the 8th meeting of the 4th session of the 12th Anguilla House of Assembly confirmed as circulated.
Oaths of allegiance to new members. The Honorable Deputy Governor acting.
I, Karen V.D. Hodge, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
The Honorable Attorney General acting.
I, Erica Edwards, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors according to law. So help me God.
Next one.
Announcements by the direction of the Speaker. Questions? None. Government statements on recent developments? None. Papers? None. Reports from committees? None. Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Private members' notices? None. Motions? None. Personal explanations? None. Other business, government business? A bill for Property Tax Amendment Act 2024, second reading.
The member for Island Harbor is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning to the honorable members of the House, staff, and to those listening and watching on social media platforms and the radio. Madam Speaker, I rise to beg that a bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 be read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I raise a second.
Madam Speaker, I will now state the objects and reasons for this amendment to the Property Tax Act. For it was on the 15th of December, Madam Speaker, in this honorable House, and giving the budget address, Anguilla's Blueprint, Harnessing Technology, Empowering Tomorrow's Leaders, and Building the Future, that I would have stated, Madam Speaker, buoyed by the success of the GST, which has been a key contributor to our revenue stream, we are now poised to make further adjustments to our tax policy. These adjustments are aimed at ensuring efficient tax administration and alleviating the financial burden on taxpayers. This adjustment includes the removal of property tax on residential properties commencing in January. And while such initiatives are anticipated to reduce our annual revenue collections by approximately $3.42 million EC dollars, we view these changes as necessary steps towards a more equitable tax system. Madam Speaker, this was guided by the medium-term economic and fiscal plan, which was laid before this House in the summer of 2023, Madam Speaker. And on page 29 of that medium-term economic and fiscal plan, affectionately known as the MTEF, Madam Speaker, this is a document that is looked at by the technical staff from the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economic Development, the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office in the UK, the independent financial advisor, where it is determined, Madam Speaker, the fiscal forecast for Anguilla for 3 years. And this, Madam Speaker, is guided by the policies that this administration would like to bring in place, and the ability to do so, Madam Speaker, based on the economic outlook, based on what Anguilla's obligations are, what Anguilla's debt is, Madam Speaker, and the possibility that we can meet our policy objectives, but also that we can keep this country afloat, Madam Speaker. And we know, Madam Speaker, as I said to Governor Tim Foy on June the 30th, the day after the people of Anguilla elected us to this office, I said, based on the financial information that I was given, Madam Speaker, that Anguilla has basically skimmed the surface of viability, Madam Speaker, for many years, and most of that time underwater. Madam Speaker, that was what we were faced with back on that day. And many decisions were made on that day and going forward based on many policies and programs that had been signed off by the previous administration, Madam Speaker. And though they may get on the radio and on programs and in this honorable House and deny these, Madam Speaker, or try to bamboozle the people that MOUs that were signed, that they would have been able to kick them down the road or not implement them, Madam Speaker, when they were previously implemented. Well, Madam Speaker, there'll be more time for these discussions, whether here in this honorable House, on radio programs, on social media platforms, on the campaign trail, in public forums, Madam Speaker, in debates, which I hope that they will honor, Madam Speaker, to show up for the debates, because I know that there will be a lot of stuff coming out, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on page 29 of the MTEF, it says, Madam Speaker, that well-designed tax systems must generate sufficient revenues to meet fiscal needs of government whilst balancing the needs for equity, growth, and sustainability. Significant tax reform took place in the latter half of 2022 with the implementation of the broad-based goods and service tax and the repeal of several narrow-based taxes. The GST has thus far met performance expectations and have improved the resilience of the revenue base. Madam Speaker, I repeat that line, Madam Speaker, that the GST has thus far met performance expectations and has improved the resilience of the revenue base. Madam Speaker, their policies can only be made, put in place, passed in Executive Council, come to this House and be approved, and then assented to by His Majesty's government when it is shown that you have resilient revenue stream, Madam Speaker, when it shows that you have predictable revenues, when it shows that you can actually pay for the policies, Madam Speaker. And some of those policies, Madam Speaker, which have come into being, Senior Shield, which actually pays for medical care for those 70 years and older, Madam Speaker, who are Anguillian, such that we can say that we will finish what was started under the previous administration to complete Campus Q, Madam Speaker, where in phase one, there was plans for a science block, there was plans for a TVET block, but Madam Speaker, there was no money to complete these. Madam Speaker, this administration was able to get the science block done through further funding from the United Kingdom government. We thank generous taxpayers from the United Kingdom. But Madam Speaker, the TVET block is projected to start this year, $17 million, Madam Speaker, that will come from revenue generated through the policies that were advanced to allow a more predictable revenue stream, Madam Speaker. But I go on, Madam Speaker, reading page 29, with the GST performing well and buttressing revenue receipts, further adjustments to tax policy are being pursued to ensure efficient tax administration and to ensure taxpayers are not unduly burdened. In the medium term, these planned adjustments include the removal of property tax on residential properties, as well exempting insurance services and supplies of gasoline, diesel, and liquid propane gas from GST. And while such tax policy initiatives are anticipated to lower revenue collections annually by $11.6 million EC, additional strategies will be pursued to enhance revenue through improving the efficiency of tax collection. To enhance revenue collections, focus through the medium term will be to ensuring voluntary tax compliance rates is improved through enhanced taxpayer communication and outreach programs. So, Madam Speaker, the objects and reasons for this amendment to the Property Tax Act. It seeks to amend the Property Tax Act to remove the application of property tax to improvements on land that are classified as residential for the purposes of the Act. However, this exemption does not apply to residential improvements that are specified as a long-term rental house, an apartment, or condominium. If the property is for residential use only and is owned by Anguillians, Madam Speaker, this amendment will apply. There'll be no property tax levied on that residence. However, if the property is used for long-term rentals as an apartment or a condominium, Madam Speaker, for rent or lease, then you still have to pay property tax. And Madam Speaker, property tax will continue to apply to improvements on land that are specified as residential improvements that are used as long-term rental houses, apartments, condominiums. But, Madam Speaker, prior property tax assessments will not be forgiven, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, we're here today to look at this amendment. But I want to stress for those who are listening, so that I'm not misinterpreted, so that I'm not misheard, so that I'm not misconstrued. Madam Speaker, this administration will not tax vacant land. This property tax amendment, Madam Speaker, is for residences that's already built on properties that will be improved. It's not on vacant land, Madam Speaker. I do know that my words are sometimes mistaken or misheard. Madam Speaker, the benefits of this program: eliminating the property tax lowers the overall cost of owning a home, making home ownership more accessible for many people, especially our young people, Madam Speaker. Particularly for those on fixed income, such as retirees, and removing property tax would provide significant financial relief. Without the ongoing burden of property taxes, homeowners might be more inclined to invest in their properties, leading to better maintenance and improvements. Madam Speaker, there is a potential for tax evasion. There might be increased risk of tax evasion as property owners might seek to misclassify properties to avoid taxes, such as stating that apartments, condos, and homes that are rented are for residential purpose only. But the Inland Revenue Department, Madam Speaker, will continue compliance activities to ensure that the right tax is paid by the right persons. As I stated earlier, the potential loss of revenue is $3.42 million EC. And so, Madam Speaker, I am presenting this amendment to this honorable House, to these honorable members, for consideration, that property tax be removed and not charged on residences of Anguillians, starting from the 1st of January 2024. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 has been moved and seconded. The floor is now open for contributions to this bill. The Single Island Wide Electoral District Member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, is recognized.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning to all of our viewers and listeners via social media. Good morning to my honorable colleagues. It is a profound pleasure to be here this morning, Madam Speaker, to rise in support of this bill. Madam Speaker, as I sat and I listened to the Honorable Premier and Minister of Finance as he outlined the objects and reasons, Madam Speaker, I feel compelled perhaps to just briefly summarize or to highlight some of what he said. So, Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to make life better for Anguillians, especially young Anguillians, Madam Speaker, who are seeking to build their homes. It doesn't apply to rental properties or commercial properties, Madam Speaker. And he made a good point. He said that this bill will not tax vacant land, Madam Speaker. And that caught me. That caught me. And I feel compelled to say about that, Madam Speaker, because we all know the value that we put on land. As we have so often said, our grandmothers and great-grandmothers, they would say they bind up their stomachs to save the land to pass on. So land, Madam Speaker, is an important historical and cultural part of our heritage, Madam Speaker. Of course, it causes major issues sometimes because I know families fall out over land. But the point is, this is an important distinction because as you drive around Anguilla, sometimes you will see vast swathes of land that is there vacant. And when you inquire, it is the estate of this person, the estate of that person, and sometimes when the person dies, they will split up the land. But, Madam Speaker, I feel compelled this morning to share with this honorable House a testimony from a young man, Madam Speaker, who, because of the policies of this administration, including the passage of this bill today, is making an investment in his future through the construction of his home, and importantly, Madam Speaker, he's bringing along a lot of his friends with him. So am I speaking about, Madam Speaker, Mr. Arthur C. Brooks, known to all of us as Pretty. And Madam Speaker, he shared a testimony with me that I would like to share with us all this morning because I think it's instructive and it speaks to what this administration is doing to guarantee the futures, particularly of our young people, who many of them, Madam Speaker, are not investing in home building, they are renting for the most part. And I read what he says, Madam Speaker. So bear with me. I am not a fan of political forums or rostrums, but what I have learned over the years by the various changes of government over every 5 years, I have seen that young people are not interested in developing themselves. But sitting down with some of these ministers in this APM administration, they have educated me that they have put an ease on the people of Anguilla through the removal of this property tax. It gives me the opportunity to start invest in owning my own land. It gives me the energy to invite my friends to be a part of my success. So 5 of my friends, along with myself, that's 6, have made a decision to come together and combine our resources within our small circle. So I told them, what we can do is to buy materials together, such as plywood. They said, Pretty, you are very smart and educated. Who showed you this? I said, no, teamwork is dream work, and we shall conquer this together. We can beat the GST and the taxes by shopping once and smart. What we did, we went to the supplier who sells these materials, and we worked out a deal with him. We told him that we want to come here and purchase all our materials from your store, but you are going to hold it for us, and when we need it, we will ask you to bring it. The supplier told us that is one of the best and smartest ideas you all could come up with. You don't need to take a loan. This is togetherness. I also told my friends that we have to be smart and cut back on other expenditure. The less you go to the shop, the more you save. All I can do and all that I can say is that I have learned from this government how to save. Madam Speaker, that's a powerful testimony. And Madam Speaker, he went further to outline to me. He said, when you are building, a lot of the times you have to cut up a lot of plywood to account for the shapes and the rooms and so forth. He said what he and his friends have decided to do is basically to have the same kind of house design, Madam Speaker. So when they cut a piece for one house and the decking come down, they can use that for the other houses. Because we all know, Madam Speaker, when you cut up plywood, really, after it's come down, is not much use to anybody. So I'm happy that he has seen this vision. And not only that, Madam Speaker, he's brought along a lot of his friends who are telling their friends who are telling their friends. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, he said that he has a lot of friends overseas who, because of the policies of this administration, Madam Speaker, are coming back to Anguilla to build on the land that they have there lying vacant. So, Madam Speaker, this is powerful for Anguilla, because this is going to encourage a revolution, particularly in our young people, Madam Speaker, to begin to construct their homes, Madam Speaker, and get out of the whole business of renting. So, Madam Speaker, we are talking about investing in young people. We are talking about creating opportunities for young people, Madam Speaker. And this morning, I want to draw to this Honorable House attention, and as well as the public, Madam Speaker, some key happenings in my ministry. Because, Madam Speaker, when I came into office, I observed that there was a training fee of 10% being collected on work permit applications. I inquired about its purpose and how it was being used. And Madam Speaker, the purpose of collecting this fee was to establish a fund from which training of Anguillians in the private sector could be facilitated. So I inquired, where were these funds going? And I was told, Madam Speaker, that these funds were going directly to the consolidated fund, which, as we know, is a deep, dark hole, Madam Speaker, that we put everything into. That's why it's called the consolidated fund. Madam Speaker, I was not happy with that because, as I said from the get-go, if we have established this facility, we should have in place a dedicated facility to ensure that these funds are used for the purpose. So, Madam Speaker, now that I have gotten my Principal Assistant Secretary appointed, and I just want to congratulate Ms. Shamika Hodge, Madam Speaker, in this Honorable House, for her elevation to this position, Madam Speaker. And I know there have been those who are saying out there that it was a political appointment, that I made that decision, Madam Speaker. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, the processes of the government of Anguilla are very transparent, where these jobs are advertised, it goes before the Public Service Commission and then to the Deputy Governor for approval. So, Madam Speaker, I had no direct hand in this appointment. But I want to congratulate her because she got a job based on her merits as a lawyer, as a brilliant young civil servant, Madam Speaker, who would have distinguished herself in the Department of Labor all of these years, Madam Speaker, and she's doing great things in the Ministry of Home Affairs. in just the mere weeks that she has been in that position. So I said to her, Madam Speaker, we have to fix this. And so she's going to sit with the Accountant General, Madam Speaker, to work out a mechanism by which we can divert these funds for the purpose for which they are intended. And we went a step further, Madam Speaker, when we passed the work permit regulations, in that in addition to the 10%, Madam Speaker, we also introduced a 20% for the upper management positions, Madam Speaker. I am passionate about seeing Anguillians trained. And Madam Speaker, I see this as an opportunity to make that investment, particularly in our young people. In a sector, particularly, Madam Speaker, when we are seeing so much competition from overseas. Madam Speaker, we see persons coming in here from other islands with degrees to be a bartender or a waitress or other less jobs. And our Anguillians, Madam Speaker, have to rise to the occasion. So, Madam Speaker, in relation to that, I have particular concerns, Madam Speaker, in the construction sector. Because since I have come into office, Madam Speaker, I see a whole lot of work permit applications coming for the construction sector for laborers and masons and so forth, Madam Speaker. And so I have set up a meeting at the Ministry of Home Affairs, Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. That's 2 weeks from today, at 4:30 p.m., Madam Speaker. And I'm particularly inviting contractors to come to that meeting so that we can discuss a few important matters, which include what are the gaps in knowledge, certification, and training among Anguillians, with a view towards highlighting those gaps and thereafter providing training for Anguillians and residents with the hope of reducing work permit requests. Madam Speaker, we know that there are a number of new projects that are coming on stream, and the workforce needs for these projects, Madam Speaker, is going to be paramount. So this meeting is very, very important. As well as, Madam Speaker, we note that there may be gaps in our Labor Relations Act, particularly when it applies to the construction industry. And sometimes persons who work within the construction industry, Madam Speaker, are shortchanged. Sometimes they be on a project for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, and then they wait until the next one comes along. And this happens over a period of years, Madam Speaker, whereas generally, over a period of time, after persons have worked a certain length of time, they become permanent employees, Madam Speaker. How do we apply this to the construction sector? So we want to talk to the contractors to hear their views on this matter, and as well as to see how we can make the necessary amendments to the Labor Relations Act that we are working on right now. And so I'm looking forward, Madam Speaker, of course the Ministry will be making some contacts, but I am looking forward, contractors, put that date in your diary for the 27th of February, 4:30 p.m. at the Ministry. And then, Madam Speaker, you would recall, I may have mentioned it in this House, Madam Speaker, that we are now exploring the possibility of a pension scheme for tourism workers, hospitality workers. Yes, Madam Speaker, it's all within the ambit of the bill we are discussing here this morning, because we are looking at the opportunities, Madam Speaker, that we are creating, particularly for our young people, Madam Speaker. So I am staying relevant and within the topic. Never fear, Madam Speaker. And of course, Madam Speaker, we have already begun discussions on this, and we'll be widening the scope to see perhaps the feasibility of incorporating more of the private sector in it, Madam Speaker. So yes, as the Premier would have spoken this morning, when he introduced the bill, the wider applications for this, Madam Speaker, within the economy of Anguilla. And so I am taking leave of the wide scope that he created in his outline this morning, Madam Speaker, to speak about these matters. So I'm staying relevant, right? I'm staying relevant. But Madam Speaker, I also feel compelled as well. Last Tuesday, after the House last Tuesday, I had occasion to be at the airport, Madam Speaker. And at one point in time during that afternoon, there were 3 American airline planes on the ground. And Madam Speaker, that highlighted very forcefully to me the inadequacies of our current airport. And the fact that if, for example, Aurora had been on the ground as well, where would we have parked these huge planes, Madam Speaker? And that is why I'm so concerned that I would have heard a statement made, and I want to be very precise in my quotation, Madam Speaker, by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, when we sat down there at the closing, the open forum, where we were speaking about various topics, including tourism, and the Leader of Opposition would have said, when we talk about, and I heard a lot of discussion about tourism, and I want to say that I felt as if I was the odd person at the head table, because I'm a person who believes that we need to diversify totally away from tourism, and there was a big emphasis on totally. And Madam Speaker, so I noted it at the time, and I went to the Webster's Dictionary, I went to the Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, and it says totally is an adverb that is used to modify or emphasize adjectives, verbs, and other adverbs. It is used to describe an action that is complete and absolute. And the Collins Dictionary goes on to qualify the adverb with synonyms such as completely, altogether, entirely, absolute.
On a point of order, what's the relevance?
That's where I believe he is getting to that, because I asked earlier for him to link without anybody's getting up to ask the relevance. And I asked, and he showed relevance of how he got to the construction phase of what's going on in his office. So I am waiting also.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker, as I said, the Premier in his preamble and his explanation would have created a very wide avenue, Madam Speaker, when he spoke about all of the benefits that this would bring, including tourism, including construction, Madam Speaker. So he created an avenue, Madam Speaker, that I feel comfortable to speak about these matters, Madam Speaker. I'm linking it to the bill, Madam Speaker. So I'm linking to the bill to say, Madam Speaker, what will be the future of our tourism workers, a lot of them who are very young people, Madam Speaker, who may be thinking about their own construction, owning their own homes. We heard the words of Mr. Brooks, pretty. So there are a lot of young people in the tourism sector, Madam Speaker, who will be thinking about this and what it means for them. And if there's a suggestion, Madam Speaker, that this sector, there may be moves to move away completely from this sector, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. The member is suggesting that the statement that I made suggested a move away And I wonder if the member would have researched
Member, what
the
is the
word
point of order?
diversify.
Can you make the point of order?
Madam
Which rule
Speaker?
has been breached?
Yes, Madam
Yes.
Speaker. The member is mischaracterizing
Thank you.
the statement I've made.
Thank
if
you.
I may be given the opportunity to expand on my statement, because what is happening here is irresponsible for this administration to suggest that any member of the opposition, or especially myself, I'm saying that we do not continue with tourism. The statement made in the House at the meeting continued on with the explanation as to what I meant. So to mischaracterize a statement by any member of the government is totally irresponsible, especially in light of the fact that tourism is our mainstay. And so, Madam Speaker, I would ask
Madam
that
Speaker,
the members of the House
what's the point of order,
refrain,
Madam
that
I
the
asked what is the point
government
of order.
Madam
members
Speaker,
refrain
the
from
leader of the opposition
mischaracterizing
is
the
breaching
statements
the
that I
rules,
have
Madam
made.
Speaker. The leader of the
Thank
breaching
you,
the rules.
members.
Thank
Thank
you.
No,
you.
you're breaching
And
the
I'm
rules.
saying,
Please,
but that's not
please,
for you.
both of you.
breaching the rules.
And so,
Please.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking that the members of
please.
government
Please.
refrain from mischaracterizing the statements I have made. It is clear
Madam
the statement
Speaker,
that was made and what was intended.
the leader of the
Diversify
opposition,
means to do
take
other
hold of your
things.
house, Madam
It doesn't
Speaker. The
mean
leader
to
of the
stop.
opposition is breaching the
Diversify
rules.
means to do other things
The
and not
leader
to
said
stop.
we need to close down tourism.
Oh my God. A mischaracterization, and you know it's
Thank
so
you, member.
irresponsible.
Please,
Madam
members,
Speaker, the leader of the
please,
opposition is
order.
breaching the rules.
Irresponsible of the
Please,
government.
both members
to
take your
make that
seats.
statement.
Resume your seats.
It is unfortunate
Please.
that the Minister of
Please,
Tourism
member.
would actually make
Please.
such a statement.
Please.
That is not what I said.
Thank you. You may
We have
continue,
a
member.
problem
There
with
is no point of order. You
misunderstanding in
continue,
this House.
member.
Lack of understanding
Thank
in
you.
this House.
Madam
you.
Speaker, Madam Speaker,
You want to shut down tourism. You know you want to shut it down.
Members.
You won't be allowed to shut it down.
Please,
Shelley won't allow you to shut it down.
please, members. You may continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, I sat right there in the gallery. Myself, it was my colleague there, and the Minister of Education, as well as the Premier. We all sat there, Madam Speaker, and we listened. And Madam Speaker, I noted it word for word.
Madam Speaker, if I may, if I can just calm the mood. There's a lot of shouting across the House, Madam Speaker. I'm trying to listen to the member give his presentation, Madam Speaker, so I can take notes, but it's a little difficult for me to get at, Madam Speaker, when they're shouting across the room. And again, the shouting comes, Madam Speaker, while I'm on my feet, so I would just like for persons to be quiet so I can make notes, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. You may continue.
Yes, Madam Speaker. As I said, Madam Speaker, I would have recorded the words of the member word for word, and I even went to the dictionary, Madam Speaker, to find out what totally meant.
On a point
Member,
of order, Madam
please
Speaker, I would
resume
like to
your
know whether
seat.
the member
There has not been
researched
a
what
rule
diversify means. I would like to know whether the member
Please,
researched. He
allow
researched
the member
totally.
to make his
I'm asking whether he
presentation.
researched diversify.
Member, I'm speaking to you.
Yes, Madam
Please,
Speaker.
when I speak, resume your seat. First, we need to learn our rules. There is no point of order. Please do not interrupt the member's presentation. Point of order comes when a rule has been breached. There has been no rule breached. You may continue.
Madam Speaker, if I may, I have said that there's a mischaracterization of my statement. That is a valid point of order.
Member,
And I'm
he's
asking that you,
quoted
Madam
your
Speaker, rule on
statement.
this.
He has quoted your
A
statement.
mischaracterization, he is quoted and then going on to suggest that there is an intent on my part to shut down the tourism sector, which is totally inaccurate and a mischaracterization. And that is in accordance with the rules. That is my point of order, Madam Speaker.
Member, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The point I was making, Madam Speaker, that the fact that this statement was made, Madam Speaker, and we are speaking this morning about removal of property tax, and you recall, Madam Speaker, in my outset of my presentation, I spoke about the opportunities that this creates for young people, Madam Speaker. And I would have read to you a testimony of a young man who spoke about the benefits that he saw of this amendment to him and his friends. And Madam Speaker, when you look in the tourism industry, Madam Speaker, most of the workers there, Madam Speaker, are young people who are looking, Madam Speaker, to build their homes. So I made the point to show that when a statement like this is made, what does it say to our young people, that the thought that it has been expressed that we are moving a diversified totally away from tourism, Madam Speaker. That is a matter of concern for me and for our young people. And I've heard that expressed, Madam Speaker. So I'm not mischaracterizing the honorable member's words. I quoted her words directly. And I know we have seen the emergence of that AI and the memes and so forth, but Madam Speaker, we sat right there and we heard. So it was not something that somebody sat on a computer and they generated. It was the actual words of the member, Madam Speaker. So I'm not mischaracterizing, right? And so I was making the point that we would have seen these planes on the airport, Madam Speaker, and the fact that the airport, the space there was totally too small. And so, Madam Speaker, that was a clear and glaring example why, Madam Speaker, this administration is moving ahead vigorously with the development of a new airport runway. As a matter of fact, the cargo shed, I believe, Minister, is well underway in terms of construction. These are the kinds of positive developments, Madam Speaker, that we are talking about for our young people. And Madam Speaker, the Premier this morning also spoke about the GST, Madam Speaker. And when he said that, it sparked me, Madam Speaker, to go back to my notes. And Madam Speaker, I think it was in January when a number of the leader of opposition and a number of her colleagues would have gone across to St. Martin to be on the Billy D SOS radio program. And I want to say good morning to Billy D from this platform this morning. His radio station is one that I like to listen to, Madam Speaker. You know, he has a lot of social commentary and it's quite interesting. So good morning, Billy D. So, Madam Speaker, Billy D would have asked the party leader, that is Honorable Corey Chison Hodge, if they were to win the next general election, would they take GST off? The Honorable Premier this morning spoke about the performance of GST. So I'm keeping it very relevant, Madam Speaker. I'm keeping it within what the Honorable Premier would have said. And her answer was quite instructive, and again I quote, No, I think at this point, and Carl would have touched on it, at the end of the day, we are a British overseas territory. So we have to deal with the UK government as the administering power. And if the UK government does not agree, so we can agree to remove the tax, we can go to the House of Assembly, but if it's not signed by the UK Secretary of State, it cannot. And then Billy D cut across what she was saying and said, is that fair to the Anguillians that you can make a decision and that it has to be signed by the UK? Is that fair to the Anguillians? And the AUF party leader's classic response, the only way out of it is independence. That is the only way. Madam Speaker, as I reflected on that comment from the opposition leader, I said, Madam Speaker, finally, the opposition bench is coming of age, Madam Speaker. When they have come to realize, as we have always said, Madam Speaker, that GST ain't going anywhere, Madam Speaker. And what this administration would have done since we got to office, Madam Speaker, we sought to, as we said, massage, we sought to see what incentives, what policies we could create, Madam Speaker, that would make this more palatable. And of course, you saw this morning this bill, which is part of that, Madam Speaker. And I have to remind this Honorable House, Madam Speaker, that back in May of 2022, Madam Speaker, they are talking about things are hard for Anguillians, Madam Speaker. But I have to remind my honorable colleagues that back in May of 2022, when we came to this honorable House to approve the goods and services tax regulations, Madam Speaker, that spoke to all of those exemptions and zero-rated items, Madam Speaker, none of the opposition bench supported it. None of them. So what does that say to the people of Anguilla? That on one hand, you are out there saying life is hard and government isn't doing this. But when government brings policies and programs to this honorable House that seeks to better the lives of Anguillians, Madam Speaker, you don't support it. That's a cause for concern. Madam Speaker, I have said on so many platforms that I may be an elected member, but first and foremost, I am a voter in this island. And I, along with every other single member of the voting public, Madam Speaker, deserve to hear for ourselves what are the programs and policies, what are the plans for this country, Madam Speaker. I know from where I sit, we articulating our plans, Madam Speaker. I am not hearing anything from the other side, Madam Speaker. I don't know if the night before election day we're going to see the plans unfolded. But I'm not being facetious this morning, Madam Speaker. I mean very direct, because the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, are listening. They are looking for direction. They are looking for hope. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, all that we are doing from this honorables on this side of the House, Madam Speaker, is creating opportunities for Anguillians, Madam Speaker. Life is hard. Life is hard, Madam Speaker. Life is hard wherever you turn. Barbados, Antigua, wherever you turn. In the UK, Madam Speaker, I have children in the United Kingdom. Life is hard wherever you turn. The wars, the COVID pandemic, Madam Speaker, all of these things have contributed to the vast increase in shipping. Healthcare costs are escalating, Madam Speaker. So it's very difficult. So again, Madam Speaker, when we are hearing comments such as diversifying total away from tourism, Madam Speaker, what does it say even for our programs such as the Senior Shield and the improvements to education system, school feeding programs, Madam Speaker? What does that say for those? Where are the funds going to come from, Madam Speaker, to sustain that? Are we going to see then drastic increases in taxes, Madam Speaker, to meet these shortfalls? So, Madam Speaker, I think I've said enough. And I just want again to reiterate my full support and encourage people like my young friend, Mr. Pretty, and all of his friends, and all of those young people, Madam Speaker, particularly in the tourism sector, to take advantage of what we are doing here today, Madam Speaker, and make their investment in a piece of the rock. And do like Pretty says, get together with your friends, go to the supplier, and say, look, we want X amount, you're going to keep it, we're going to take it as we need it. Of course, you can get a better price because he's selling in bulk. And Madam Speaker, cut down perhaps on the need to go to the bank for a loan. Although I must say, Madam Speaker, to commend NCBA for the excellent initiatives in offering the kinds of loan incentives, Madam Speaker, to encourage persons to build. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words, Madam Speaker, I thank the Honorable House for their patience this morning, and we look forward, Madam Speaker, to the debate that shall continue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. And I just want to encourage members to utilize the section caption F on our agenda, government statements on recent developments, because I feel that that would have benefited you well this morning when you speak to your ministry. So I just want to encourage members of the government side to use that section. Thanks. Any other contributions to this bill? The member for Valley South is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give my unconditional support to the Honorable Premier for this property tax amendment, Madam Speaker. And I think it serves reminding that the Premier is a man who, once he says he's going to get it done, he's going to do it. This is there have been a number of occasions, Madam Speaker, where we've come to this Honorable House after the Premier has diligently walked through not only the implications of his policies, but how we will sustain them in the long term. And I can say from walking under the Honorable Premier, that's the sustainability of each of the policies implemented by this administration has been the hallmark of his time as the Minister of Finance and the Premier. Madam Speaker, this morning we come before you to debate this property tax amendment. The amendment specifically to Section 53, which will allow us to include land defined as residential as exempt from taxation. Madam Speaker, if we look at the current property tax legislation 2015, you will see 10 categories of land that is to be exempted. 10 categories. And I would list them out. Crown property, and this is all found in Section 53. Crown property, property in the name of a government agency, property belonging to a religious organization, land which the Anguilla National Trust owns or leases, private burial grounds, public cemeteries, land in relation to a charitable organization, land used by a private school, property under conservation or restriction by the Heritage and Biodiversity Act, and land that's being operated by a nonprofit organization. So those are the 10 categories that are listed as exempt in Part 6 of the 2015 property tax legislation. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to pull your attention back to 2021, where a commitment was made by this administration and by the Honorable Premier to continue to reform what we consider to be inequitable tax policies, policies that are regressive in nature. And this property tax amendment falls as part of that reform agenda, Madam Speaker. And I want to point out the inequities of this particular property tax act and the amendments, the value of the amendments that are being proposed before this House. Madam Speaker, as we stand today, there are over 5,000 registered property accounts in Anguilla. And the data provided by Inland Revenue has made it clear that only less than 40% of those accounts are compliant. That means you have over 5,000 registered accounts, and less than 2,000 are making payments regularly into Inland Revenue. And the data also suggests, Madam Speaker, that since 2016, 1,664 property tax owners made 0 payments. This is since 2016. They made 0 payments on their property tax accounts, which of course, Madam Speaker, you can imagine led to very, very large arrears. Now, I can let the Honorable Premier speak to the quantum of arrears for this Honorable House to understand the full picture.
$24 million.
Thank you, Premier. We're talking about $24 million in arrears. And therefore, Madam Speaker, it is logical to assume that the burden of the property tax as it stood fell to the 2,000 compliant property owners. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because I want to make it very clear how this impacts on government. Government budgets, whatever we plan to spend money on, our planned expenditures, are only possible by virtue of our revenue projections, what we are projected to collect. So any plans that the government or governments make are only possible by virtue of us stating very specifically that we have the revenue to meet those measures. Whether or not this is a specific hire. For instance, I'll break it down for you, Madam Speaker. If we say we need an education officer secondary, we have to match the requirement for an education officer secondary to revenue that is coming in. But to make it more specific, if we are going to match for a position, a hire, we have to ensure that we have a continuing stream of revenue so that person can be paid year on year. It cannot be a stream of revenue that is unpredictable, because if, for instance, something happens or there's an external shock and you are unable to pay, you are then in breach of your contractual arrangement with that person, because part of their offering services to the people in the government of Anguilla is tied to their remuneration. Is that, I'm hoping that I'm being very clear. Okay. So that is the way government budgets operate. You have your revenue projections, and then you have your expenditure proposals. So each ministry, Madam Speaker, that is represented, each ministry will have a host of things that they want to enact in a particular year, or they have a plan to enact specific programs over a couple of years. And the only way that we can sustainably say that we will implement specific programs is if our revenue projections and estimates are accurate. So the more accurate our revenue projections, the more likely we're able to fund a particular program, the more likely we're able to deal with specific issues. And one of the specific issues that very commonly affects the government of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, is maintenance, right? Government has, through its various ministries, specifically the Ministry of Education, a number of assets, infrastructural assets, which house our children. These are where our children go on a day-to-day basis to be taken care of, to be educated. And we, as government, have a responsibility to maintain those assets. So part of what we do in budgets is to make sure that we have the necessary revenue projections to be able to maintain these programs, to maintain these buildings, right? And I say this, Madam Speaker, because I've heard very often this refrain about this government is only doing infrastructure. It's only doing infrastructure, which I find to be very interesting, a very interesting line, Madam Speaker, and I'll get to why, the evidence behind why I think that's a very interesting line very shortly. But I say that because, Madam Speaker, infrastructure is very often tied to the development of both industry and people. Infrastructure is tied to the development of industry and people. So, Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Premier would have highlighted, we plan on spending $17 million in the development of a technical vocation education training center at the Albina Lake Hodge Comprehensive School. The Anguilla Labor Market Survey, Madam Speaker, which was conducted in 2019, reports published in 2020, stated very clearly that one of the weaknesses within the Anguilla labor market is in the area of TVET training. One of the key weaknesses. And the mechanism by which you are able to develop TVET training, to be able to develop persons with the skills in electricals, plumbing, maritime, all come through the development of infrastructure, Madam Speaker. And therefore, Madam Speaker, when we speak to our plans on developing specific pieces of infrastructure, those are tied very closely to evidence-based data, which suggests that that infrastructure is necessary for the development of our people. So, Madam Speaker, I'm talking specifically about how government operates. Now, for a very long time, Madam Speaker, as I would have stated in relation to the compliant, those property accounts that were compliant and those that were not compliant, you have years of arrears. So think about it as you have $24 million that has not been paid or collected, that the government of Anguilla cannot make any plans with. So whatever plans, which, Madam Speaker, I will say, you can have a plan, but if you do not have the money to fund the plan, then you cannot execute your plan. It's a wish. It's not a plan, because part of a plan is also including the financing. Financing is critical to executing your plans. And so, Madam Speaker, it is not a surprise that there are major areas where the funding for particular programs was not done in Anguilla for quite a long time, for many, many years. And as this administration has stated before, there was a proverbial kicking the can down the road. So we couldn't make decisions because nobody wanted to make decisions. Because as I said in this Honorable House previously, it was in 2017 where the then Foreign and Common Development Office wrote to state very specifically that GST was supposed to be implemented in 2017. I hope that I'm sure that the record of the House of Assembly hears specifically when I read that letter out for this Honorable House. And so, Madam Speaker, you had a situation in Anguilla where you had roughly 39 to 40% of persons who continue to pay their property tax as required. And notably, in 2016, as a result of property tax reform and the same low compliance, which I referred to just now, there was an increase in taxation for those accounts that were compliant. So for years, we know that persons were not compliant, and in 2016, the reform in property tax led to an increase in taxation for the accounts that were compliant. That is a textbook definition of an inequitable tax measure. Textbook. And I'll take you to the formulation, the algorithm of the property tax for residential homes, Madam Speaker. And I'll speak to further inequalities. The algorithm structure. The valuation algorithm for residential property is applicable to any taxable building which is not a hotel. The use to which the building is put does not affect its value.
Are you referencing a document?
Yes, I'm referencing a document.
Can you state it into the record?
I'm referencing a property valuation algorithm document produced by the Inland Revenue Department. This is 2016. And it then speaks, Madam Speaker, to the algorithm elements. So these are the things that are taken into consideration to value a particular property. It speaks to the area, so the square footage of the building. Its peer group, which is the type of building. The construction cost of the building. The material of the building. The condition of the building. The situation of the building. And the property features of the building. These are what are taken into consideration to value. But very specifically, Madam Speaker, I want you to pay attention to the situational factor. The situational factor which was considered and which was used to value properties in Anguilla for taxable reasons. A percentage, so based on those elements, a numeric value, and this is a little technical, and I'll break it down, but based on those elements, a numeric value is applied to each one of those to come up with the overarching taxable value of the residential property. The situational factor, right? There's a percentage differentiation that is applied through the situational factor to reflect the difference in the value of property based on its proximity or access to the ocean, its view, or in rare cases, any negative site influences. So, breaking that down, Madam Speaker, if my mother gives me a piece of land that's close to the sea, the taxable value of my land takes into consideration, she got a seaside view. And so, Madam Speaker, when you talk, and you know, this is an irony for me. When we talk about particular tax measures not being culturally acceptable, of all of the taxable measures that are not culturally coherent with the Anguillian story, it is this one. Of all of them, it is this one. Because it is not new knowledge that Anguillians inherit property. It's not new knowledge. That's not a discovery. This is something that is standard. We all know. And of course, the international property tax structures differ. They all differ because our land and planning laws are different in every jurisdiction. So, Madam Speaker, to point out that inequitable measure. I brought up the situational factor. And so, this amendment, Madam Speaker, is directed towards adjusting and speaking to the cultural appropriateness of the cultural value of land in Anguilla. And I want to make it clear, I know the Premier spoke it, but there is no intention to tax land, vacant land in Anguilla. Zero. But as the Honorable Premier said, the measure which we discuss in the House today is made possible by virtue of Anguilla developing a comprehensive tax measure, of implementing a comprehensive tax measure, which allows us to now look at inequitable tax measures and reform them. And as the Premier also stated in relation to the medium-term economic and fiscal plan, that we are now charting a course. The ship is sailing, Madam Speaker. And within the ambit of reforms that this administration has set out, both taxation and policy-wise, I am harking back to a quote, this quote was a very long ago. About 3 months ago, I saw this quote. And it said, "They say that dreams are the seeds of the future. Yet, when those seeds are not nurtured, they wither and leave us wondering about the gardens that could have been." And that quote took me back 13 years ago to when I was in fifth form. 13 years ago sounds like a long time now. Maybe it's 14 now. It's 14, 2010. I'm a little old now, Madam Speaker. Took me back 14 years ago to fifth form, where we studied a play called Fences by August Wilson. And it was a story of Black Americans in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in the 1950s. And it focused around this tragic hero, Troy Maxon, 53 years old. He was a garbage collector. And he had, in his youth, exceptional talent. They used to call him the home run king. He reformed from a life of crime because he wanted to focus on becoming a professional baseball player. And that dream of his to become a professional baseball player, Madam Speaker, was shattered. It was shattered because of racial discrimination. And the racial discrimination meant that Troy never made it to the Major League Baseball, even though he was called the home run king. But the play Fences is not just about Troy's past. It is about who Troy became as a result of his shattered dreams. And the introductory poem in that play was by Langston Hughes. It was a poem. And the poem says, "What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun? Or fester like a sore and run? Does it stink like rotten meat? Or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load. Or does it explode?" And Madam Speaker, that opening poem, that question about a dream deferred, to me is symptomatic of the Anguillian story. The Anguillian story of so many dreams that were deferred because as a nation, we didn't take certain decisions to help us course correct. And Troy, of course, became bitter, angry, cynical with the world because of what happened to his broken dreams. And Madam Speaker, you can see the reflection. You can see some of that here in Anguilla, people who are bitter and angry because of their dreams being broken and shattered for years, for decades. And Troy, of course, then he then moves on to discourage his family from chasing their dreams. His son, who was accepted into a scholarship program, he says, "They're never going to take you on." His disillusionment destroyed his family. But the story is, Madam Speaker, that destroy dreams are destructive. And this administration not only is trying to rectify the deferred dreams, but place us on a path where people can actually dream again. Intergenerational deferred dreams, that's what I call it, Madam Speaker. Intergenerational deferred dreams. We've had dreams deferred by circumstances beyond our individual control: COVID-19, Hurricane Irma, limited fiscal space, financial crisis, which have cast shadows over the people of Anguilla. But how do we then course correct, Madam Speaker? And I say that to go back to my point about infrastructural development in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. This premier, this honorable premier of ours, is a steadfast man. A steadfast man, Madam Speaker. He is measured. He is intentional. And I think, Madam Speaker, of the leaders in Anguilla who have dreamt a future for Anguilla that was deferred. I think about the airport development. I think about the fact that Sir Emil dreamed of an airport development and it was deferred. That Ronald Webster dreamed of an airport development and it was deferred. Of Osborne, of Honorable Victor Banks, of Honorable Hubert Hughes, who dreamed of airport development, and they were all deferred, all of them. Each and every single one of our leaders, Madam Speaker, has seen the value of airport development to this country. They understood fundamentally what it could do to change the landscape of this island, but it was deferred. I will call it a 40-year-old deferred dream. 40 years, older than me. We know how many young people, Madam Speaker, haven't even made it to 40. And I appreciate the fact that the Premier is not allowing excuses to allow this dream to be deferred any longer. The Premier dreamed it, and it is now becoming a reality. And Madam Speaker, I say very shortly about the dreams in this reform agenda that this administration is trying to accomplish, which are very clear to the public eye, whether it is dreams of a climate-friendly island held by the Honorable Minister of Sustainability, Innovation, and the Environment, who is pushing a transformation in both agriculture and fisheries, never seen before, with historic levels of investment as a result of the sacrifices made. We talk about a health system with equitable access that was dreamed by the Honorable Premier and implemented and continues to reform the health agenda in Anguilla. We talk about a robust focus on culture, Madam Speaker, which we are now embarking on. We dream about a reformed working landscape in Anguilla held by the Minister of Home Affairs, who is unapologetically setting out his reform agenda. We look to the Honorable Minister of Tourism, who speaks to the reformation of tourism both in terms of ecotourism and also year-round tourism in this island. Record-breaking numbers, Madam Speaker, the highest in 31 years under this administration. We talk about sports development with the ministerial assistant, Mr. Merrick Richardson. Record-breaking levels of sports investment because of, under this administration, Madam Speaker. These, and sorry, the parliamentary, oh, I'm so sorry, honorable member. The parliamentary secretary. And Madam Speaker, these are just some of the few. But I will say, these dreams are not new dreams. They are deferred dreams. And they were deferred year on year on year. And I think, Madam Speaker, of all of the athletes, the potential in Anguilla that could have been, but because Anguilla was not in a position to respect the dreams of others, we could not do anything for our athletes. I think about it a lot. I have a list of over 30 athletes compiled by myself and the honorable member from Road North, who undisputably in Anguilla had talent that could have taken them to the Olympics. But guess what? They didn't have the facilities. They didn't have the programs. They did not have the support. And now we are in a place where we are starting to develop those opportunities, Madam Speaker. I'd say this in closing, Madam Speaker. Actually, that's a little bit of a comprehensive overview. But I'll say this in closing. Every measure you see us coming to this honorable House to implement, old or new, is at its heart about protecting the people of Anguilla. Every measure. The very widely spoken about goods and services tax was an inevitable answer to the banking resolution. Inevitable answer to the banking resolution. And whether or not we like it, and I say it again and again, whether or not we like it, Anguilla doesn't have, like any other nation in the world, we don't have the privilege of saying, I am not going to pay my debt. You couldn't say it for the regular man on the street who takes out a loan at NCBA, that he'll just throw his hands up, I'm not paying my debt. They will come and collect your house. But this administration, Madam Speaker, as the Honorable Premier set out, fiscally responsible, socially inclusive. And by balancing out the actions that we take, because make no mistake, Madam Speaker, while we invest in infrastructure, we also invest in the development of our people. This year, I'm going to preempt myself a little bit, but this year we are launching the Emerging Elite Athlete Program, which provides support for our young people who want to go on the path to become professional athletes. Never before has Anguilla been able to support its athletes. We are doing it now. Never before. Our training program, Madam Speaker, which predominantly has focused on the public sector, this administration is reforming it so that we can take into consideration private sector needs. This administration. Because at the same breath, you will hear people saying that the public service is too big. Just remember, we came into this administration with a 5% cut on the table for public servants. And then the retrenchment. If the fiscal situation continued to worsen, the need to let go public servants. You understand? Government is the second largest employer in this country. Do you understand the implications of what that would do? And so, Madam Speaker, I say all of this to say, we have set out to be responsible. We have set out slowly and steadily to right the wrongs of the past and chart the way for the future. We didn't get to choose the country we inherited in 2020. We had to accept the country we inherited in 2020. As much as I wanted to implement the Emerging Elite Athlete Program in 2020, a country that had no reserves, that was in the negative balance, all it could do was survive. If that, we needed help to survive. That was the first time in Anguilla's history that we had to ask, that the UK government had to pay Anguilla's debt. And salaries. The first time in Anguilla's history. And so we talk about the future, Madam Speaker. We talk about getting Anguilla ready for the next step. But in order to get Anguilla ready for the next step, you have to make the hard decisions. You cannot shrink away from them if you're serious. And it can't just be, I don't want to listen to you. It is more than that. It is about being intentional, charting an intentional way forward. And so, Madam Speaker, as I said when I began, I'm proud to be standing here to support the Honorable Premier in this property tax amendment, as it speaks to how much this administration listens and cares, and how we will continue to do the work, continue to make the changes, because change could not wait. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? The member for Road North is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to everyone in this honorable house and everyone who is listening with us this morning. Madam Speaker, much have been spoken on the airwaves, on social media, and even in this honorable house about government revenues. It has even been said that this administration is constantly bragging about government revenues and its reserves. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask you a question. If you give me a task of running your company, wouldn't you expect me to update you on the state of affairs of your company? Wouldn't you want to know, Madam Speaker, how much money you have in the bank? And Madam Speaker, if I told you that you are doing well, that your company is doing well, and your company is a public company, it's only someone who's either envious, resentful, or someone who's accustomed of keeping secrets would not be happy with the position of the company. I would not be happy that I'm doing my job in reporting to you how your company is doing. And Madam Speaker, it's also been said that since government revenues and we have reserves that they are performing above expectations, that we should just start cutting, chop, 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 cut this tax, cut that tax, cut this tax. Madam Speaker, I can remember being in the lab in high school. The honorable member for Valley South said, 14 years ago you were in school. I won't say how long ago since I was in school. It's a little bit more than 14 years. But you always learned in science that you never ever do an experiment and give the result based on a small sample size. You always need a large sample size. And we've only been 2 years into this process of building reserves. So how can you just go and chop, chop, chop without proper analysis? Madam Speaker, I'll spin it a bit more, and the honorable member from West End might be able to tell you, if a cricket player is playing on a regional team, he's been on a regional team for 5 years, he happened to make 100, had a good knock of 100, you just don't pick him up and put him on the West Indies senior team because of that one good knock. You wait and see how he's developing, you assess it over a few more games, and then if he continues to improve, then you promote him to the senior team. You just don't do it on one knock, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, that is how government operates. You just can't go cutting willy-nilly because the people on the airwaves are saying it, or because other people who didn't know nothing about what it is to have reserves figure, okay, you should stop getting reserves. No, it doesn't work like that, Madam Speaker. As a responsible government, Madam Speaker, you have to properly assess and see what small and beneficial changes you could make along the way. Changes that's going to benefit your people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if you travel across this island, every day you're going to see construction going on. You're going to see construction everywhere you go. And the hope, Madam Speaker, with this change to the property tax law, and with other changes that we've made, such as removing GST from insurance, you're going to continue to see this sector grow and grow, Madam Speaker, especially for our young people. Because, Madam Speaker, I recently had a conversation with a young man. It was concerning a Facebook post that made the rounds. It was an interesting Facebook post. And we were speaking about the difficulties young people were encountering just coming out of school, just probably coming out of colleges, and what government is doing to make sure that they have a chance, that they have the opportunities. And I told him, and we got to discussing, at that point in time, we had just come from the House, passing the amendment to the GST Act, where we remove GST from insurance. And I spoke to him about the possibility that the property tax, that we're going to be amending the Property Tax Act to remove property tax from residential properties. And Madam Speaker, he was ecstatic because he was saying between insurance, between the tax, he wanted to make a start for himself, but he was helping his mother with these extra bills. And with these removed, he can now have a chance to make up start for himself. I don't have a long testimony like the Honorable Single Island Wide member, but that shows you, Madam Speaker, persons are paying attention. Persons are interested in what is happening and how this administration is helping them go forward. So, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to stand here and give my full support to this amendment. It's long overdue. I remember having a conversation with an elderly gentleman a few years ago, and he was saying he's retired, and since he has been retired, bam, Property Tax Act came in, changed his position. His income has not changed as a retiree, but here he is, have to now find his extra money to go into property tax. So those are persons who will be happy about this change, Madam Speaker, and who will greatly appreciate it. And before I close, Madam Speaker, I will just like to read for everyone in the Act, because it must be noted, Madam Speaker, yes, the property tax is going to be, the amendment is going to say no more property tax to be paid on properties, residential properties going forward. But if there's arrears, Madam Speaker, they still need to be paid. As a matter of fact, the Act says, on the commencement of Section 53(1)K, any tax arrears, interest, or penalties in relation to an improvement referred to in Section 53(1)K that has already been assessed or is still accessible and payable for the 2023 financial year or any previous financial years in accordance with the provisions of this Act shall, notwithstanding the enactment of Section 53(1)K, remain due and payable. So I think it's also noteworthy, while we are here celebrating that the Act is repealed on residential property, just to remind persons, now is a chance. You don't have to worry about paying going forward, but now is a good chance to catch up with your arrears. And with that, Madam Speaker, like I said, I proudly stand and support this amendment to the Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions to this act, to this bill? The Single Island Valley Electoral District Member, Mrs. Quincy Gums-Marie, is recognized.
A pleasant good morning to you, Madam Speaker, members of the House, listening public. A pleasant good morning to you. Madam Speaker, I rise here to stand today in full support of today's property tax amendment bill. Amendment. Madam Speaker, this conversation today, I think the basis of this conversation is forms on three pillars. That is economic performance or recovery, sound decision making, and opportunities that lie on the other side of sacrifice. Because without bringing these three concepts together, it is difficult to understand how an administration can inherit a country that is drowning in debt to move to the point and having the policy position of removing property tax on homes. It identifies and it sets out a roadmap on how sound decision making from the polls to the people that you put into office can lead to differences in life. Madam Speaker, it has been said and has been spoken about by all four speakers before me, from the mover to the member for Road South. North, sorry. Apparently he's a better looking version of the roads. That GST plays an important role in where we are at today. So I won't really repeat what is being said, but I will identify that when we have the conversation about GST, we need to be reminded what year we are in. We are in 2024. In 2024, the Anguilla Progressive Movement would have made timeline changes to GST as it was inherited when we came into office and brought it in 2022. And the leader of the opposition has said more than enough times that her intention and her government's intention would have been to partially bring it in 2021, following their initial introduction in 2019, and then the final phase in 2023. So where we are at, we are in a position where we can say we would have had GST regardless who would have been here. But there are some things to consider in the wider conversation that led us to GST in the first place, because then it makes the decisions we are making today make more sense. In the 2016 CARTAC report, we would have heard or would have read, and it's repeated throughout, so I don't have to identify a specific page, that the issue with Anguilla's tax base is that it is too narrow. And one of the solutions to that is a broad-based tax. The very basis of the Anguilla United Front's decision to choose that as their broad-based tax is set out in the 2016 remarks of the Minister of Finance and leader of the party, Mr. Victor Banks, who identifies one of the issues with Anguilla's collections is that it is too small. And Madam Speaker, I would have heard the leader of the opposition said many times, well, who cares basically that property tax is being removed, because it's only a small factor of people that would be affected by this decision.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, at no point it's a mischaracterization of any statements I made. At no point did I say, who cares? What I said is, while it is good for those of us who have homes, more people are paying GST than are paying property tax. And as a result, there needs to be greater measures to be able to address all of Anguilla and not just homeowners in terms of relief from taxes.
So who cares that it's only a small amount of people? We need more people to be covered. The point remains that the leader of the opposition was dissatisfied that a small 5,000 homeowners would be affected by this decision. Madam Speaker, that position baffles me, because it is on that very basis why the broad-based tax system was adopted. To hold that position says either that you were asleep at the wheel in 2015 to 2020 when this decision was made, you don't understand broad-based taxes, or you don't understand the consequence of 90% of all taxes paid to the government of Anguilla is paid by less than 2% of all taxpayers. And that fact can be found on page 27 of the CARTAC report. It was in 2016, under the Anguilla United Front, that the property tax bill, 2015, under the Anguilla United Front, that the property tax bill was passed in this honorable house. A regressive tax, a tax that was socially incompatible, as was pointed out by a member of Valley South. A tax that did not appreciate that Anguillians inherited land, a tax that did not respect that the economic position of those who inherit and those who give, or those who will, may be different, and did not appreciate that the majority of lands owned in Anguilla are privately owned, which is a stark difference to the reality in any other developing country where the government or the crown owns the majority of the land. So it's under that understanding and appreciation of a regressive tax that we had to, and we committed when we would have passed the broad-based tax, to look at all taxes to ensure that equitability is the foundation of all tax measures going forward. So this is only a step. It matters not that the loss of revenue is 3.42 million and the surplus in government exceeds that, which is a point that was again raised by the leader of the opposition in her response to the budget address in 2023. The reason for this is set out by the MTEF, and it's important that people understand, that the members of this House understand, that no decision can be made in isolation. And if you want to understand the policy measures being made by government, you have to read the policy documents being produced by government that forms the foundation of where we are going as a country. If you have a strong position on any government policy, you have to go to the MTEF to understand that position. Whether it is a good position, a bad position, you have to understand that position. When we look at removing taxes, we have to do it on an incremental basis. We cannot go and do a wide sweep of tax removal and reduction. If you look at the record of this government between 2022 and now, you will see that we have returned many times to exempt, to remove, to reduce, to amend taxes. Because as we move forward, we can make small decisions and then look back and see the big difference. As the member for Road South would have said, Road North, sorry, would have said, you can't take one small good performance and make a wide-reaching decision on where government can go from that point onwards. You have to appreciate track records, history, the time that certain things are implemented between now, let's say, like GST, 2022 to 2024. We still have some time to make sure that all of our records on GST are sound enough so that we can make any onward decisions. We can make smaller decisions that won't negatively impact the economic performance of our country. And so that is why I say that the foundation of where we are at today rests on sound decision making. There are several disadvantages, Madam Speaker, of property tax. I would have read through many documents over the past few days, and it will be very difficult to cite each document. So what I can say that broadly, the points that I'm going to raise can be found and also duplicated in certain reports in a 2011 OECD report, a 2012 Food and Agriculture Organization report, and a November 13 technical report of the Real Estate Center of Texas. The disadvantages to property tax: the visibility and inflexibility of property tax. Property taxes are highly visible and must be paid in lump sum. So while some can pay and have payment plans and do part payments or 50-50 payments, the general expectation is that the full lump sum will be paid when property tax are due, when IRD puts out their yearly tax calendar. So, Madam Speaker, if you are going to the store and you are paying $13 on your worth of taxes on your shopping, or if you are procuring a service and you pay $300 on taxes on your that you are procuring, it pales in comparison to a lump sum of $2,500 to $5,000 when you look at how persons are due to pay. You cannot tell me that it is easier for an individual to pay $2,500, $2,500 at one point than it is for them to pay $13, $40, $75, $85 in small increments. And it is largely inflexible, which leads into the second point, that a disadvantage of property tax is that there's little to no control by the property owner. You can't cut your home in half. If you have a home or you decide to build, as it is right now until this amendment is passed, you build and you pay government property tax. You don't build and you don't pay. Or you build and you avoid being billed, and you have interest to be paid by government, or paid to government, and bills to be paid to government, and tax records that are showing that you are not a compliant taxpayer in the jurisdiction of Anguilla. There's not much else you can do. Or some persons have decided to forego upgrades to their homes in fear that the valuators or evaluators come along at some point in the future and realize the value of the home that they had in 2019 is not the value of the home that they have in 2024, and therefore they are now due to pay more. Some persons have also decided to reduce the land lot that the home sits on to avoid taxation. So if your home sat on an acre of land, you would try to reduce property taxes by subdividing that piece of land to a 0.25 of an acre to avoid the high value of paying on a whole lot of 1 acre. Because even though property tax is not charged on undeveloped land, once you put a small development on any land, property tax would be charged on the full value of the land that the home occupies. But other than that, there's not much you can do to avoid property tax other than being homeless. And so when I hear comparisons between property tax and GST, I say that you can't even say apple and oranges because they're fruits. This is apples and screws, completely unrelated. Because at the core of it, GST is a consumption tax. You can amend how much you consume. You can utilize the list of exemptions and try to get more zero-rated or exempted items. But you cannot make consumption decisions on a home as it relates to property tax. And so, the decisions homeowners make would go around whether or not they want to stick to a 2-bedroom home that their family is outgrowing, or if they want to build at all. As a young person, I've had many conversations with my peers about home ownership. And many of them have spoken about the fact that when you own a home, they don't mind the fact that you may have to pay what you may be paying right now in rent in a mortgage. They are concerned about lump sums like property tax. But not only are they concerned about lump sums like property tax, they are concerned about the instability of the property tax. Because one of the things that are affected by property tax is that today, your home may be valued $400,000. But when I come and I build a large tourism investment next to your home, the value of your home skyrockets. And now so you have to pay the cost of my decision to develop. In a country where we do not have defined zones, that is extremely inequitable, but not only inequitable, harmful towards onward development. Because now I am protecting my interest, my home, my fear of being able to pay property tax, and I'm trying to rally the entire community to oppose a prospective development, because I am afraid, we are all afraid, of the consequence on our value, our property values. And so now we do not want any onward development. That is a reality. And we don't have to search far. Think of the definitive agreement signed by the Anguilla United Front for the Sandy Ground Marina. We would have had many consultations with the persons in North Hill, South Hill, and Sandy Ground. Sandy Ground, it was mixed feelings. Persons had more cultural connections to the land, emotional ties to certain properties, but the overarching position is who is going to pay our property tax when you put a marina in our backyard? Literal backyard. Persons in North Hill had that same question. What would the impact of having a view of the marina have on my property? And maybe that's why the definitive agreement was signed in secrecy. Because, Madam Speaker, I could tell you I was walking the streets of Sandy Ground with then prospective candidate Merrick Richardson, and there was a family who said, we are going out now, but y'all have to come back because we have something to talk to you about. Because we don't want a marina here. I was like, what marina? Where are you getting it from? They say, we hear a marina coming. I said, from where? Because now I want to see it. I want to read, I want to understand something that I might have missed. Where is this marina coming from? Lo and behold, not even an MOU, a definitive agreement that included commitments from government to compulsory acquire lands against the will of the people. And yet, no consideration on property tax. At that point in Anguilla's position, Madam Speaker, economic position, the thought of removing property tax was a pipeline dream. Because you know what we had to do every month? Provide a progress report to the British to ensure our monthly bills were paid. So we could not have been thinking about removing property tax at that point. But what I did say to the people of that area, what are your thoughts on having a specific zone where in this specific area, in order to reserve your ownership and preserve your ownership, you are protected by a certain clause or amendment to the property tax bill or act, where the new development will not affect the existing residential local development or present and future residential development. Because like I said, Madam Speaker, at that point, we could not consider removing property tax. But many sound decisions later, Madam Speaker, I stand with pride here today to continue, as I always have done, to support the Premier, Member of Island Harbour, and Minister of Finance in his decisions and endeavors, because they are based on long-term benefits to the people of Anguilla and sound decision-making. Madam Speaker, we are not doing away with property tax. So, Division 5 of the Property Tax Act 2015 still exists, and that is the recovery of tax. And Madam Speaker, I'm reminded of the quote. It doesn't have any particular owner. I think it goes around political science spheres so often that the quote remains, but the owner was lost somewhere along the way. But the quote is, politicians can either be honest, liars, or cowards. And I think about that a lot because when I look at Division 5, recovery of tax, it speaks to the government being able to own or have liens on properties for not paying property tax. And I compare that penalty implemented by the Anguilla United Front with the way how they behaved when we had penalties and consequences in the Goods and Services Act that they provided for us. And I wonder whether the representations are honest, lies, or the results of being cowards. That's for the people to decide. But we have no consistency, it seems, when we have conversations about national development. Because while we are here discussing the removal of tax, in the same breath we're talking about the building of an airport, we're talking about the reduction of debt, we're talking about building of critical education structures in the country, we're talking about the advancement of fiscal independence. And that is why this is a conversation. And that is why this is a conversation about economic performance and recovery. And it is important to have these conversations in a comprehensive way. It is important to understand where we are at today. Because with a 4.5% reduction on the GST as it was being suggested in 2019, this administration have been able to make sound decisions that are in stark comparison to decisions that sat on tables before we got here. Minister Kentish Rogers would have mentioned a 5% reduction in salaries for civil servants. It was a 5% temporary reduction in salaries for civil servants. But Madam Speaker, so was the 2009-2010 reductions. And we have only brought them back last year and this year. So if we were to wait another 14 years from the 2020 temporary 5% reduction, we would have been in 2034 with civil servants experiencing not a 15% reduction in their salaries based on the salaries of 2008, but a 20% reduction. So when I hear the criticisms about the decisions we had to make to be where we are today, my only question, Madam Speaker, is if not here, then where? Around this island, you're shopping, you're walking on the road, literally, a little light exercising, people stopping you. They have never seen a government produce at the rate that this government has produced, turn a country or situation around in this way this country has turned this situation around. Whether those persons were formerly yellow, previously blue, green, white, black, that is the objective position. The objective position doesn't only sit in the stories of Anguillians. The objective position sits in the data and the science. When NCBA can boast of better compliance than they have ever had in the history of the organization, which includes the former NBA and CCB structure, that's not because of something falling out of the sky. Everybody benefits from economic performance. Everybody benefits from economic activities. When they're not only boasting the highest compliance rate that they've had, but also the highest home construction that they have had in a single period. That shows strength, because no institution that just came out of the terrible situation that NBA, and CCB came out of would be boasting about the level of lending and on-lending that they're doing if they didn't have confidence in the economy. ECCB reports showing that while the economic growth rate of the region is 5%, Anguilla sits at 7%. So when persons take the problems of a select few and try to make that the position of Anguilla, and couple that with opposing or bad talking, everything the government does to make things better, you wonder if they want to see improvement or they want something to campaign on. There's a saying, Madam Speaker, malpale don't bring success. Bad talking doesn't bring success. Sorry? Malpale. So sometimes when I look at the position of Anguilla, when I look at where we are at today, and I hear the rhetoric, particularly because, Madam Speaker, there's the opposition, there's the elected opposition and self-appointed opposition, but particularly of the elected opposition, questioning the sustainability and viability of Senior Shield because there's no legislation. But, Madam Speaker, let's imagine an Anguilla where only these political parties exist for the next 20 years. Wouldn't a political party have to make a decision to take away Senior Shield? Because if you listen to the leader of the opposition and her comments about legislation, you'd believe Senior Shield can hoist its skirt, take up a cane, and walk out the door on its own. When you hear members of the elected opposition speak about electricity credits in a negative light, you have to wonder if this is the same people who are making it their platform that people are having it hard. When you hear members of the opposition speak about the total diversification from our only economic base, our primary economic base, sorry, who will be left to fit the bill of that nonsensical idea? Because, Madam Speaker, if you are saying in one breath that you cannot do away with GST, and in the second breath, you would like to see the total diversification away from the main contributor to the revenue of GST, it makes sense why you are questioning what would happen to Senior Shield in the future. And we have to preserve stand the ground, marina, because the people are going to need to suck salt from somewhere based on the opposition's point of view. Because one saying tax all the jets, one saying move completely away from tourism. Now, I don't know where the jets going to come from tourism.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, it is so unfortunate that we have a government that mischaracterizes.
Madam Speaker, can I have the point of order, please?
The point of order, Madam Speaker, is that there's a mischaracterization of the term diversification away from tourism. Diversification means other in addition to. It doesn't mean replace. And if the member or any of the members, Madam Speaker, are going to read, I want them to read what I said in its entirety during that presentation, because to do otherwise would be to mislead the general public. And the public is aware, Madam Speaker, because exactly what I said is being circulated.
You may resume your seat.
Madam Speaker, politicians can either be honest, liars, or cowards. Because the operative here is not diversify away, if you are a student of English. The operative here is total diversification away.
On a point
And
of
Madam
order,
Speaker,
Madam Speaker,
Madam
on a
Speaker.
point of order, I'm on my feet, the member should learn the rules.
You need
on
to
a
learn
point
the
of
rules.
order, Madam Speaker, the term expressly stated,
Member.
diversify totally away from tourism. So don't misinterpret what was said. No,
That is exactly what you
that's
said.
not what she said. That is not what she said. She said total diversification away from tourism. I said diversify totally away from
Well, what
tourism.
is the difference?
There is a difference.
There's no
Thank you,
difference.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the difference is when I say diversify, when I said
Please.
diversify totally away from tourism, it meant create other industries, non-tourism related industries. And I'm shocked I
Madam
have to
Speaker,
stand up
can I
and
continue
talk
my
to
debate,
the government
please?
about
Madam Speaker?
diversifying
Yes, you may
our
continue.
May I
economy.
continue my
This
debate?
is what
Member,
any
you may
administration
continue.
would want to do
Please,
Madam
and
Speaker,
should do.
please.
A responsible
A point of
government
order
should
is not a
diversify
debate.
our economy.
Thank you.
A responsible
You may
government.
continue, member.
Thank you, Madam
Obviously,
Speaker.
they're irresponsible.
You may continue.
Madam Speaker, while I was standing here, and thank you for allowing me to stand, I was looking through the rules of procedure, and embarrassment of your own record is not a point of order. To diversify away totally, or to totally diversify, means that if I'm a chef in tourism, my job gone. If I am in housekeeping in tourism, my
On a
job
point
gone.
of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the members of this government are mischaracterizing the statement and it is
Member,
irresponsible.
I see
Madam
no
Speaker, I am-
mischaracterization
Yes,
of
there
the
is.
statement.
Can you ask them to continue with what my explanation was immediately after the statement that was made?
Member, we can make statements and then
Madam
try to
Speaker,
explain
if
it.
I may, the statements
Please.
made
Madam Speaker,
afterwards
can I be allowed
Please,
to
let's
finish my
continue.
debate?
Let us
before.
continue.
Madam
There is
Speaker.
no breach of the
Irresponsible.
rule.
I'm so
Madam
disappointed
Speaker.
with this
Therefore, there is-
government. For
there
the
is
sake
no
of
Be
breach
politics.
disappointed with the
the rule.
opposition
And you
because
talk about
where the hotels
lies.
gonna
Please,
go?
members.
And politicians and the
Where
ones
the
speaking.
If
hotels
that is
will
the
go.
case, then I'm going to have to call the mover. So please, it's either that we continue respectfully or I will call the mover to respond. Okay? Continue, member.
Madam Speaker, respectfully, if a member is continually disturbing my debate, that should not result in my debate being cut short. Sorry? So the diversifying total away from tourism, Madam Speaker, or the total diversification away from, that one would be apples and apples, not apples and screws. Would mean that the primary contributor to our GST collections will disappear. Because, Madam Speaker, I want people to understand the power that elected officials have. We are here today making a decision on removing a tax on an entire revenue base, which is residential homeowners. In the same way, policies can be made to negatively implement or negatively affect a particular sector by a particular administration. Because policymakers have the ability to make policies. So when a policymaker says something, Madam Speaker, you have to treat it as it is said. If you look to that evening, Madam Speaker, where this comment about diversifying totally away from tourism was made, you would hear my comment, where I spoke about the importance of creating stronger linkages in tourism. As the minister currently responsible for agriculture and fisheries, I think that we can do better. And not only do I think we can do better, when I performed an objective needs assessment in my ministry, the stakeholders of those two industries said, we need to come together to do better. And to that end, Madam Speaker, on Thursday afternoon, I'll be having a consultation with our poultry producers, our egg producers in particular, because we are trying to move forward with ensuring that our egg producers have a large enough market in Anguilla, are we the sole producers of brown eggs in Anguilla? But how would that happen if there's no base beyond our local base to sell it to? The transient population, which is our tourism population, forms part of our local market because so long as they're here, they have needs. Consumption, food is one of those main and primary needs. Shelter, water, food. Basic needs that needs to be met. I would have explained that while fisheries have a better in the industry, we can do much better and remove concepts like undercutting and ensure that all fishers have an access to the tourism industry. But these things cannot happen. These economic connections cannot happen if we do not have the economic base to make it happen from. In the same way, we could not be here speaking about property tax if we didn't have proper economic performance to say that government can forego this particular tax and further provide easements to those who are homeowners today and wish to be homeowners tomorrow. No amount of interruptions can change that specific point. No amount of interruptions can change that specific reality. And I reverse to a point in relation to the recovery of property tax, which meant that government has ownership of homes. Whether it is that they own the homes or if the homes are sold, revenue from those sold homes must be first given to the government of Anguilla to cover the outstanding tax. There is a question on political will in that specific division. Because which politician can be encouraging IRD to go and take somebody's home? None. We don't have government housing to provide people. Government barely has enough space for its own operations. So what would I have done if a government was to reasonably say, because that law exists, we will implement that law? What would be the consequence? The Premier and the representative of Road South would have both pointed out a 33% compliance rate in residential homes for property tax. It means 72% of homeowners in Anguilla, based on this recovery tax Division 5, Sections 69 to 76, are at risk of losing their homes to government. Each of these persons who form part of the $24 million in arrears are at risk of losing their homes to government. And I remember it being said by a member of the opposition that perhaps it is a matter of ensuring that IRD gets out there and improve collections. That maybe it is a matter that IRD isn't out there enough collecting the revenue that's on the streets. And there are persons who just flat out refuse to pay property tax, not because they're not in a position to pay, but they do not agree with how property tax is calculated. And that's a big thing that affects the region. The fact that people feel that if they own their homes, even if it's a flat rate of, let's say, $1,000, $250, and say, so long as you own a home, you pay this amount, that is more preferred. But to then say, because you are benefiting from the economic success of the country, you should pay X, Y, and Z. People are saying, but home ownership should be something that is encouraged. Home ownership is something that should be given concessions to, not an indefinite tax for the rest of your life. Because, Madam Speaker, there are positions on GST on building new homes. It has been ventilated by individuals on the radio, even members of the opposition, but that's a one-time payment. When you are finished building your home, unless there's a pipe leak or something, your GST that you have paid on that home is over. But when you own that home, you have to pay whatever the range is, which is somewhere between $2,500 to $5,000 every year God send. Every single year. And on the months that it's due, if you are paying a mortgage, you have to pay your mortgage in addition to your property tax. Madam Speaker, when I was in Bahamas in October of last year, my driver was speaking to me about VAT. Bahamas would have not too long ago implemented VAT. And talking to me about how difficult VAT is, in his opinion. I explained to him that we would have done the same, but we had many exemptions. We would have had exemptions on basket items, exemptions on electricity, exemptions, you know the exemptions. We've spoken to them at nauseam. But I also spoke to him about the fact that property tax was incoming, that the removal of property tax, was incoming. And he pulled over to the side of the road, very professional guy, member of the Navy, and started to cry. I was a little nervous, so I can't get myself back home. But then he spoke to me about the fact that he missed a payment during COVID, or just out of COVID. And he was about to start a business when he realized that he could not get a tax clearance because he, in error, missed a payment on property tax. And this is a grown man, well decorated, sobbing at the wheel about this financial position that he's in. He spoke about the fact that he now has to pay this year's property tax, our last year's property tax, the year prior property tax, and the interest between that year, 2022, and 2023. And the fact that if he was able to get his business, he would have been able to pay it off. But he can't get his business without his business license, without tax clearance, and so he was stuck. And I just reached my hand out, I grabbed his hand, and I just tried to console him, but I understood the frustration. But his frustration was partially about his position, but just the reality that property tax being removed somewhere else meant so much for him, somebody that had never been to Anguilla. His next, when he could catch himself, his immediate direction to me was go and speak to their prime minister. But the position that Anguilla is in, when I even compared our basic exemptions, they far exceed those that are provided by other countries throughout the region. In fact, if you look at governments across the region, their budget addresses, you would see many of the things that's happening in Anguilla being replicated across the region. Just a couple months ago, I would have sent to the member for Road North and the member for Valley South clipping from Barbados's budget address. And I said, can you tell if this is Anguilla or Barbados? Because everything that was listed there was already done, signed, sealed, and delivered in Anguilla. So, Madam Speaker, if we start to see the reduction in property tax, or even the residential removal of property tax across the region, we should not be surprised. Because we understand the direct impact it has on homeowners. We appreciate that while more can be done in other circumstances, because when I speak about hardships in Anguilla, it is not without appreciating that there are genuine hardships in Anguilla. But if we have a conversation, an incorrect conversation about what is the source of those hardships, we would have incorrectly applied solutions to deal with those hardships. There's so many people of that mere 5,000 that was suggested by the leader of the opposition. That small amount who are happy today because even though they have arrears with government, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, because once they pay off those arrears, there's nothing more to pay off after today. We have a lot to discuss as a country. We have to discuss where we are, where we came from, where we are, where we're going, and what are the hardships that represent bear their heads in each section of our face as a growing country. Because we are very young as a country. But if we have an honest discussion about progress made in the last 20 years, from 2000 to 2020, that discussion will be a very short one. Because while we can make a list, it will pale in comparison to all of the things we neglected in the process. We neglected to manage our debt. We neglected to manage the pension fund. We neglected to monitor the Social Security board scheme. We neglected to monitor how the statutory bodies are performing. We neglected to run audits. Madam Speaker, it's embarrassing. Our last House of Assembly, or either that one or the one before, the Minister for Infrastructure would have laid the audits for ASPA before the House. And the closing line from the Chief Auditor is that he has never seen a situation where an institution was not audited since its inception. We neglected water cooperation. And Madam Speaker, that neglect is not all willful. It is politically advantageous for me to suggest that. But it's not all willful. Some of that neglect was simply because we could not afford to pay it any mind. And not all the members of the opposition are novel members of governments, the government structure. Some of them were in government. They know the things that were neglected not because they did not care, but because they could not afford to lift the lid of the problems. And if you were in that position, if you handed over a country with less than 1 day worth of reserves, if you handed over a country that had to explain itself to the British to get its monthly stipends, its allowance, and saw the failures in that, whether you felt like you were responsible or you too inherited a situation. But if you had the sensibilities to understand that that is not an ideal position, you cannot, with the same breath, attack government for trying to manage its position and assume financial independence. Financial independence means a lot. Because when we are talking about removing a tax base or a part of a tax scheme, we are talking about budgets. And when we speak about budgets, we have to understand that in Anguilla, no matter how good it looks that Anguilla is doing fiscally today, we still have to be given a window by the British of how much we can spend or how much new spends we can have. That is not financial independence. So when you, as an opposition member, are standing behind these noble causes and saying, we believe government should spend more, you cannot criticize the things government are doing to assume financial independence. Because only a financially independent country can set up its budget in a way that it can spend as much as it would like on the things that it needs. But imagine a government with hundreds of millions in surpluses being told you can only spend $4 million in new spending. Because that was our reality. And when you have $45 million in requests, you have to now prioritize that $4 million. And you cannot imagine. You know the story about Miss Mary Mac trying to make $1 out of 50 cents? She cannot make 45 million out of 4. She have a better chance trying to make $1 out of 50 cents. That $4 million means that when you stand behind teachers and say, you deserve a better pay, then you should also be saying, government needs to do what it needs to do to become fiscally independent. And fiscal independence is not a pie in the sky. We have 3 definitive measures to reach to assume fiscal independence. One of them is the level of our reserves. The other is the level of our debt. Now, debt, not dead, the money we owe. The lion's share of that money we owe, Madam Speaker, well, comes from the decisions made from the people right across from me. Banking resolution. And we have said, and I have said repeatedly, that we are no longer having conversations about whether the banking resolution was right and necessary or wrong. We are having conversations about the fact that it has happened, and now we have to deal with the consequences. By your own MTEFs, since the banking resolution, they would have identified that taxes and additional debt was their vision of how to manage the debt. In fact, in 2018, the 2018 MTEF, don't have it in front of me, but I would have referenced it at a previous debate. The entire way that the Anguilla United Front intended on dealing with debt was to assume more debt. The way that they intended to manage the debt would have been through deficit financing. And in a scenario like that, we would not be here today discussing removal of property tax. We could not have been doing that. And that is why the position and the decision of the Premier, member of Island Harbour and Minister of Finance, when he said in his, I believe it was his second or his first budget address, that his government does not intend to assume any additional debt. And we haven't. We have built, we have expanded, we have done multiple studies. We are building an airport to improve economic activity, to improve tax contributions from transient populations, which will ultimately reduce the burden on our local population. But we've had to realize that Anguilla could not be at a state where we don't double the efforts of government to manage debt and to build our country. Because there are some persons who are saying, but you're doing too much too fast. And to them I say, if you see the list of things that need to be done, and if you understand the cost of not doing it, you would tell us to find money to do more. And Madam Speaker, we cannot develop in isolation. We have to look at what our competitors are doing. And I know the member Kyle Hodge is very eager to consistently reference Turks and Caicos as his reason why we should not have done GST. And Madam Speaker, to that I say again, apples and screws. Because while Anguilla was managing 500 million in debt, Turks and Caicos, you want to know what the debt of Turks and Caicos is? $0.00. We are not in the same position. And do you know what they are assuming, what they are considering to assume debt over right now? An airport. And do you know who's our primary competitor in tourism in the region? Turks and Caicos. So if we listen to the opposition and push back development, where would Anguilla be? Where would we be? Where would the jets come for Kyle Hodge attacks? When they're all flying after Turks? How do we remain relevant, and even not just relevant, but exceed our competition? It is not by sitting idly by. Madam Speaker, for the record, I'd like to read in the MTEF of 2018, pages 21 to 22, underline the subheading being debt restructuring. To achieve the goal, in order to contain debt service costs, the government will attempt to restructure its debt by refinancing the balance of its existing loan of $50 million with the Anguilla Social Security Board at a lower interest rate, minimize the use of short-term credit facilities, and explore opportunities such as debt swaps, in order to lengthen the maturity of the debt portfolio to smooth out debt service obligations. So these initiatives include convert overdraft amounts with convert overdrafts amount to the NCBA and ECCB to a long-term loan. Secure a policy-based loan from the CDB to pay off overdrafts from NCBA and the ECCB. And the remaining balance of the loan with the Anguilla. Right now, maybe if I wasn't in government, this would not have been humorous to me. Right? But it exists. The Anguilla Social Security Board. Refinance the $214 million bank resolution note with the Anguilla Social Security Board by securing private sector finance. Explore, we're on a mission, with the CDB, debt for equity swap of its 2010 policy-based loan, which was earlier referenced, balance, and the NCBA banking resolution loan in conjunction with private partners. Explore debt for climate change swap. Seek technical assistance from UNILAC or the Commonwealth Secretariat on this initiative. So whereas you have one administration saying to our current generation, that the generation that Christina Scott would have spoken about, that would have to deal with the debt, would end with us. You have another administration saying, we'll prolong it for 3 or 4 more generations. make that make sense to me. I just read in what I see. The basis of this conversation is not simply removing property tax from homes. It is a conversation about economic performance and recovery, sound decision makings, and what opportunities lie on the other side of sacrifice. Because make no mistake, where we are today is on the apex of the mountain of sacrifice. Because if all of us had to choose, none of us would want GST. The words we spoke in the 2019-2020 campaign were true and honest. We would have wished for a country without GST. In fact, the same Cartac report on page 16 speaks to the fact that while there was an EXCO minute that identified the Hubert Hughes administration that they had committed to GST, that they then deferred it because of the implementation of ASL and a list of other taxes. So even when I hear references to that decision, I say it's moot. Because while that was a consideration, and while they felt compelled to move along with that decision, they saw alternatives. So we genuinely believe that we too could bring about alternatives. But we have questions to ask ourselves. What is the value for the people of Anguilla? Because you have to ask yourself, if we were in a position where we needed a tax, we already taxed homes, we already had taxes on the port, we already had taxes on the sale of land, particularly stamp duties. We already had a host of existing taxes that were essentially maxed out. What would have been the alternatives if we did not go towards a broad-based tax? I know the member in her debut interview, the member for Valley North, in her debut interview spoke about capital gains tax. That might have been something that we had to consider. Valley North, on an Elkin interview.
Madam Speaker, I have no knowledge of this. I would have referenced income tax, not capital gains, Madam Speaker.
Your mic isn't working.
You may continue, member.
Madam Speaker, I stand corrected. I meant to say income tax, and the additional alternative would have been capital gains tax. So to correct myself, the member for Valley North in her debut interview would have spoken about an income tax as an alternative to GST. And the other alternative, not mentioned by the member, would have been also a capital gains tax. These are things that we would have to consider. And people say that ISL is an income tax. If you look at the income tax rates across the region, not even internationally, you would realize that if income tax rates were applied, ISL would pale in comparison. Again, lump sum removals from your salary. that you have no control over, versus a consumption tax that you can manage your consumption if you feel like you would like to avoid or decrease it, which was a point that was made by the testimonial provided by Minister Ken Hodge. The fact that the existing tax, there's flexibility and ability to manage your interaction with it. And you have to compare that with taxes that you have no choice in. If you want to pay less income tax, earn less. And that math don't make sense to the average person. And if you earn too much, you're going to be paying for everything. And that might bring us back to the point of having 90% of all taxes collected by government being paid by 2% of the tax base. Because not every person is employed. And I'm not just talking about persons who are of age of employment. I'm talking about the fact that we have school children, we have retirees, we have persons who will not interact with such taxes. And the businesses who the opposition like to say that they are defending, explain to me, not even me, explain to them how avoiding something like GST is better than a capital gains tax. Because these are the things that we would have to consider. If you say one thing, you would have to imagine the entirety of the conversation. And it's not just Quincy Agamsari who is bringing up fictitious taxes available to the people of Anguilla. There are reports that show, if not this, then what? So when I say that we are on the other side of sacrifice, Madam Speaker, I'm saying that we are on the other side of a country that could not develop itself. And if you look on Facebook, if you listen to the radio shows, you would hear about all of the onward development that people would like to see right now today. If you drive the roads to Eastern and Island Harbor, you will see that those roads that were built in the 2005, 26 era are soon coming up to be resurfaced. You will see persons talking about potholes that is taking them from one part of the island to the next. Somebody was even selling services. Drop in a pothole today and you'll end up, by Ease Ovens, you'll end up in Stony Ground. But that is a sign of people saying, we want a country that can respond to things that break down. We want countries that can respond to our needs and build up. Across the public service, people have shown you how driving the existing fleets of government vehicles was a liability to their health. One vehicle even catching a fire. And instead of wasting millions in rentals, as was previously done, we can afford vehicles for the government of Anguilla's services. Because not only do the people who drive these vehicles make noise, the people who are on the receiving end of the services that these people are supposed to bring are also making noise. In agriculture, there's a complaint about the access and response time of the extension officers. In water, there's a complaint about being able to respond to leaks because there's no vehicles to carry the equipment to respond to the leaks. So the leaks are just continuing in the middle of the road until somebody can get a truck for them. When is it time to have a responsible discussion of how we develop our country and have that discussion in a way that yields real results to the people that we claim that we represent? Because, Madam Speaker, I don't have no experience being in opposition. But I would have heard on our opening contributions to this assembly numerous iterations of the phrase, "We will not oppose for opposing's sake." We will not oppose for opposing's sake. But when it came to exempting GST from property sales, there was opposition. When it came to exempting GST on land sales, there was opposition. And if anybody seemed to be confused, when you opposed to the exemptions in May of 2022, this is what you were opposing to. So if you plan on standing on the hill that things are hard in Anguilla right now, especially for homeowners and persons who wish to build, explain to them how much harder it would have been if they had to pay GST on land sales. Explain to them how much harder it would have had to been if they had to pay GST on property sales if you were purchasing an existing home. Because these are the exemptions that were opposed. Explain to people why people are calling things like electricity credits political gimmicks, but then still saying the cost of electricity is high. Explain to the people why you are supporting ANGLIC boards in frustrating the process of moving towards renewable energy and talking about how the things in Anguilla are high. If you want to know the main cost of the main contributor to high cost of living in any country is electricity. No understanding of what the government position is, no willingness to understand, just an opportunity to seek a political opportunity to the wider detriment of the people. And that's why I find the comments made around this to be irresponsible. Because this is not being done in isolation. We have a school lunch program. We have cultural development programs. We have agricultural development programs. We have fishery development programs. We have infrastructural programs. We have health programs. And I want to pause there. Because just the other day, I visited a grieving father who asked me, why is there only one pediatrician in Anguilla? And I said to him, are you in the mood to have a political conversation? Because it's not just a black and white response. Because at the end of 2022, or at the beginning of 2023, I can't remember exactly when the 2023 budget was read, but when we would have done the budget, it would have been the first time that we had a second anesthesiologist in Anguilla, a general surgeon in Anguilla. We would have been operating on one general surgeon. And that is because additional fiscal space, because the health authority is 100% subvented by the government of Anguilla. So if we increase our contributions, as responsible parliamentarians, we have to come to the House to explain why we are giving the health authority more money. One of the reasons why is because we do not have more than one general surgeon. We couldn't afford that. So I said, as we have more space to invest in health, as we have more space to invest in all other services, we will do so. But Anguilla's story, at the very least up to 2020, was a sad one of not being able to afford basic necessities. And now it seems as though our story beyond is not just one of success, but also one of criticism, that we can afford more than basic necessities. Because whenever I hear, particularly an elected person, speak about another country, I always say, look at what that country is getting its monetary resources from. Don't just tell me that in Estonia, they're all about digital innovation. Tell me how Estonia is getting its finance and compare it to how Anguilla is getting its finances. Tell me Estonia's history of getting itself in a position to even achieve what you are desiring for Anguilla, because the desire is not the fault. It is the unwillingness to go the extra mile to put our country in a position to be where you desire for it to be. And that is the cowardice. There's no warping around the fact that Anguilla needed to make decisions. I would have read in this very same house how the calls for broad-based taxation, better decision-making, and better economic planning were made from 2007. To put it in perspective, I got into high school in 2005. First farm saw me in 2005. So that would mean almost a lifetime of mine. And that is why I speak, because it is a young person who could be in primary school right now, driving in their parents' vehicle, hearing me over the airwaves, they would know that they are not too young to dream of an Anguilla that can be better, but not only that, but to be part of the solution to make Anguilla better. The opportunities that lie on the other side of sacrifice is an opportunity to build an equitable country. While we discuss the removal of property tax on residential properties, this is a perfect time to dream of what else we need to do. Because we are showing that we have the ability to dream, as identified by the member of Valley South. And we are able to turn those dreams into reality. So bring us the burden of those dreams. And I can tell you, while today the answer may not be yes, it doesn't mean that the answer will always be no. We have some things to do. We have to get our house in order. And once our house is in order, we can sit back and say, well, we can cut back on this and we can make changes to that. I have been asked before if there's ever a possibility of reducing GST. And I say, not right now. Not in this very moment, not in this year. Because if you look at our MTEF, if you decide to reduce GST, you have to figure out what you forgo. One of the benefits of how our premier would have set our boat in motion is how he perceived and understood that Anguilla's tax base cannot bear it all. And short of importing people to make up the number that we need to make up, one of the alternatives is also increasing the economic activities. The only way that we can grow any more is through our investment in our airport plant. And Madam Speaker, I honestly foresee in Anguilla where we can have those discussions of even GST reform after our airport plant is built. Because when you have a consumption tax, you can only make decisions on the availability of goods and/or services that are there to be consumed. If you look at any other country, particularly those that are tourism-based, that would have invested into their airport plant, you would see an immediate correspondence with economic activity. And when we see that in Anguilla, as we see more investors are interested in Anguilla, More work is on the horizon. When we see that, in fact, Madam Speaker, when we spoke to a hotel developer, they would have identified how much more in tax revenue they can give to the government if they had an increase in arrivals due to a better airport because of better access. That was one property. We cannot speak about economic activity in isolation with economic investments, in isolation of economic investments. You cannot say government needs to invest more into its people without appreciating where this revenue would come from. And the best investment in the people of Anguilla is independence. Their financial independence. And their financial independence will not be gained by allowing our economic activity to remain the same. Their economic independence will come from additional economic opportunities. I've read previously in this House about reports on aviation activity in the aviation industry and how that contributes to where we are at. So, Madam Speaker, we are here today speaking about what we have been able to do in 2 years. But imagine what we can do in 10. Imagine what we can do in 4. Imagine what we can do in 5. Imagine what other conversations on tax reform and tax conversations we can have. And Madam Speaker, I say without any reservation that this is just the beginning. Because the same way how we just started doing the hard work, and we have definite and clear opportunities to say that we have results, imagine what will happen when there is sustained hard work with sustained results. So, Madam Speaker, to the 5,000 homeowners and the 5,000 more to come, I say for the record of you, the record for the future, that I stand in full support of the amendments on the table today to remove property tax on residential properties. I stand in support in government forgoing $3.42 million in taxation. I stand in support of government forgoing a regressive tax with a 33% compliance rate and $24 million in arrears. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? Would you prefer that we take a break for lunch and then come back after lunch, or?
Prefer to go straight through, Madam Speaker.
To go straight through?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so then I just need to recess for 5 minutes and refresh and come back, yes? This Honorable House now stands in recess for 5 minutes. sitting. The member for Sandy Hill is recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to members of this honorable House and to the listening and viewing public. Madam Speaker, I rise in relation to the Property Tax Amendment Act 2024. And I note, Madam Speaker, that the occupant of the premier seat has gotten taller and darker than the person who would have started this session. And so I can only imagine that the person sitting in the seat is the acting premier and the person who will prepare the response in the move of the bill and continue on the bill. Madam Speaker, there are a number of questions that the general public have asked in relation to this bill. And I propose to put them forward, and hopefully the mover would be in a position to respond. One question is in relation to homes that have attached apartments, residents upstairs, apartments downstairs, or even one property that has a standalone house and residential apartments attached to the property. The question is, how are those properties to be treated? If it is that the apartments are situated on the same property as the residential home. The other question, Madam Speaker, is in relation to what was previously accommodation tax, now part of the GST, which was collected by villa owners. And in those cases where the villa owners have identified their properties as being residential properties, even as those properties are rented and GST is collected, perhaps not in Anguilla, perhaps overseas, how is there a verification that those are indeed just residential properties and not to be used and are not used as rental properties? So those are two primary questions that persons from the public have asked. Madam Speaker, I want to address up front the statement that I would have made on the 31st of October 2023 during the Straight Up Conversations. And let me first state this, Madam Speaker. Every administration should be concerned and should look at ways to diversify our economy. I'll repeat. Every administration should identify ways to diversify our economy. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because on two occasions while I sat as Minister of Government, I saw the havoc that was played in this country in relation to unemployed persons in Anguilla, and primarily women. The first was in the wake of Hurricane Irma in 2017, where the hotels were closed, many of the hotels were damaged, and while it is that some of our women were able to work in cleaning up the properties, the majority of the work that was taking place in Anguilla at the time was in the construction industry. And a large sector of our women were home and unemployed because the hotels were closed at that time. And that was the first time that the unemployment benefit program was instituted, Madam Speaker, under the AUF administration to be able to cater for those persons who are unemployed, the largest sector was in the hotel sector, our hotel employees. The next incident, Madam Speaker, would have been in the wake of COVID-19. And in March of 2020, the Anguilla United Front closed the country's borders for the health and safety of all Anguillians and residents of Anguilla. And during that time, while persons were unemployed, obviously the hotels were closed, there were no tourists to speak of who were in the country at the time, and so many of our hotel employees were laid off. And again, during that time, the unemployment benefit program was instituted to be able to address our people who were unemployed. And again, during that time, the construction sector was ongoing. And so while a number of our men were able to transition over to the construction sector in respect of the government projects that were ongoing at the time, a number of our women remained home. And so, having sat in a position where on 2 occasions, while I sat as Minister of Labor, I saw firsthand the devastating effects of a sector such as our tourism sector, our mainstay of our economy being closed and our people unemployed. And it wasn't the first time. Many of us can remember in the wake of 9/11. Most of our tourists refused to fly. And our country was, for all intents and purposes, damaged because of the lack of tourists visiting our island at the time. And on each occasion, we recover, Madam Speaker. But the point is that during those difficult times, there are very little opportunities for our people to transition over into other sectors, other non-tourism sectors, for our people to be able to sustain a living. And so, having had that background and knowledge and insight, when I sat and listened to the conversation at Straight Up Conversations, and the Single Island-wide member, Mrs. Quincy Gums-Marie, have said as much. She spoke about diversification of the tourism product. The member, who is also Minister of Tourism, spoke of diversification of the tourism product. The member for Valley North spoke of diversification of the tourism product. And so when I said I seem to be the odd member at the table, was because having had the experience and background and insight, while it is that we need to diversify our tourism product because there is room to grow and expand in that avenue, there is also an urgent need to diversify into non-tourism products, areas that even if there was a COVID, even if there was a 9/11, even if there was a Hurricane Irma, our people could transition over into other sectors and continue to work. The Single Island-wide member, Honorable Jose Vanterpool, repeatedly speaks about the opportunities for AI. That is certainly an area that is non-tourism that, if utilized carefully and appropriately and with a vision, Anguilla could go into that arena, into that industry. There are many other industries that the members of the Anguilla United Front have identified that can support Anguilla such that we have more than one prong, more than one industry supporting Anguilla. And so when I made that statement, Madam Speaker, it was with understanding that any government taking office, representing their people, must have a vision beyond the tourism sector. I have family members in the tourism sector. Some of my very good friends are in the tourism sector. Many of them work at the hotels. I understand what they're dealing with. Sitting as Minister of Labor, I firsthand heard their cries. When hotels were closed, many employees came to me as Minister of Labor. And so, to stand in this honorable house and for any member of the government to take what I said, because the statement that I made, Madam Speaker, specifically was, and I quote, I am a person who believes that we need to diversify totally away from tourism as well. I am a person who believes that we need to diversify totally away from tourism as well. So that sentence was made, and I immediately went on to explain the context of the sentence. I did not say we need to shut down our tourism sector, that it doesn't work for us. I did not say that tourism shall not or could not remain our mainstay. What I said, Madam Speaker, was that in the face of the difficulties that we have had in this country, with our main sector being crippled, and the difficulties with our people, specifically our women, being able to find alternate jobs, we must be able to find other opportunities to develop other industries while we develop our tourism sector. And so, Madam Speaker, I am heartened by the fact that notwithstanding all of the statements that are being made in this honorable house today to try to suggest that I have said that I will shut down the tourism industry, our people are paying attention. Our people have heard the entire context. Some of them went back to listen to it in its original form. Others will have listened to the entire recording, not just the one sentence taken out of context and misconstrued for the sake of politics. And our people are intelligent people, Madam Speaker, because they understand that even if a statement could have been made to suggest that you do away with the tourism sector, how is that possible? How could that rationally be possible in Anguilla? What are you going to do with all of the existing hotels that you have? I myself would have been part of a government that encouraged the development of the tourism sector in many ways, not the least for the development of an airport, not the least for the creation of additional rooms, not the least for the development of our yachting industry. All of those are part of a tourism sector, Madam Speaker. All of those are avenues that I fully support and continue to support. And so when I hear the statements about my attempt to shut down the tourism sector because you want to take one sentence out of context, and the sentence says diversify. So the Single Island Wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge-Garpin, said he researched the word totally. Totally. But he did not research the word diversify. Diversify does not mean to shut down. Diversify means to add to whatever it is that you have. And so, Madam Speaker, it is totally irresponsible for a sitting government to send out that type of message to the tourism sector. Totally irresponsible. Because it says that you care less about the sector. You care less about the employees. You care less about your developers and your investors, and you care more about trying to score a point, an unfounded point, for the sake of politics. To say that you have a gotcha moment. And any person listening to the entire context is clear to themselves. They understand for themselves that the context of the sentence, the one sentence out of the entire straight-up conversation, the one sentence that was made to diversify totally away from the tourism sector was misconstrued. Irresponsible. Irresponsible and dishonest. And Madam Speaker, as the days go on, unfortunately, as we head into the political season, and what I call the silly season, we expect more of these types of irresponsible statements to hold on, to retain power. I expect to see more of AI generations, videos going around with the voices of US presidents and other persons, perhaps even at some point videos of the members of opposition with their voice misconstruing, lying, misleading the public. Why? For the sake of retaining power. It is irresponsible and it needs to stop. I have no difficulty, Madam Speaker, standing on the things that I say. I have no difficulty, Madam Speaker, supporting the comments that I make because I know that they come from a genuine place. And I know that the vision for Anguilla has to be not to keep all of our eggs in the tourism basket, but to diversify our economy and to create new and additional industries to support our people here in Anguilla. We must go down that road. And by extension, and by expanding the various industries, we create additional revenue from those industries, which in turn will help to ease the tax burden on the people of Anguilla. Because you now have new revenues coming into your coffers. New money is coming in that you did not have before. And if any government does not understand that that's the vision that they need to have for a country, then they should not be in power. They should not be leaders because they fail to understand what a country needs to be able to move forward. Madam Speaker, I've heard statements about politicians and liars and honesty. And it is laughable because the things that I hear coming out of the mouths of these people are the very people who are committing the dishonest statements, who themselves represent the worst of what politicians are. And I'll give an example, Madam Speaker. In the Executive Council minute of the 18th of December 2023, Executive Council approved a 1 month's salary as an ex gratia award. Now, Executive Council approved a 1 month's salary as an ex gratia award. And the salary, the 1 month salary, was given not only to the existing civil servants, but also was given to persons who are on pension. It was given to other statutory bodies. It was given to elected representatives. And I will say, Madam Speaker, while I talk about elected representatives, this is the second time that this administration has sought to add to their salaries and have included the opposition without having any discussion, without even sending a memo, without saying, oh, by the way, this will impact you, without asking the opposition what our thoughts are, whether we should agree to the position that they're taking. But no, the high-handed approach is instead to do it without consultation, without discussion, to make a decision impacting the other members of the House
Madam
of
Speaker,
Assembly.
on a point of order, I recall that the Honorable Premier would have sent correspondence speaking specifically to the instance that the Honorable Member refers to. The instance at the beginning of 2020, when was it, 2021? 2020, no, the point, Madam Speaker, is a point of clarity. Point of, what was the point? Yes, sorry. Essentially, Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member is saying that this administration has taken a high-handed approach to these matters relating to any increases that the legislators, all legislators within this Honorable House would have been entitled to. A high-handed approach. Madam Speaker, it was always open to the members of opposition to say no.
She speaks specifically.
Madam Speaker, if I may.
Wait. She is speaking specifically to ex gratia awards done.
And the 15%.
decision
She would have
taken.
said on 2 occasions, Madam Speaker, which is why I said the opportunity was open to members of the elected opposition who also benefited to say they do not want it. They all got it and never complained.
Madam Speaker, I actually don't understand why the members stood up, because number one, in the House of Assembly, I asked the Honorable Premier whether I or any other member of the opposition ever asked for the 15% salary increase, and he said no. The reality is that we were not aware of it until the decision had been made.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, there was never a
salary.
15% salary increase. I will ask a member of the opposition to clarify that statement. It was a reinstatement of the 15%, but it was not a salary increase, Madam Speaker. If I'm wrong,
Thank you.
correct me.
Thank you for the clarification. The members of the opposition did not ask for the reinstatement of the 15% salary cut that was done prior to the elections of 2020. That was done without discussion with the opposition.
Madam
In
Speaker,
fact-
as a point of clarity, that reinstatement would have been a matter of the expiration of the legislation related to that reinstatement. That would have been why, which the members at the time would have discovered after it would have been reinstated.
Were
And I
there not
maintain-
conditions made
Yeah.
in writing when that cut was made?
Correct,
For
Madam
the
Speaker.
reinstatement?
Correct, Madam Speaker, and I maintain, Madam Speaker, even if your point essentially is were not aware of it, we did not want it, you can always write and say, we do not want it. The answer is no, we're not
Thank
taking
you.
it, but they continue to take it. And up to this day, Madam Speaker, none of the members of the opposition have said no, have written no. They are only going on public radio and speaking about it while pocketing it in the back.
Yeah, thank you. I uphold that because I was the speaker, I think, when that was discussed. And yeah, but there were written conditions to that cut.
Madam Speaker, if I may, if the extension was given for 1 year for the salary cut, the 15% to be maintained, it expired. It never came back to the House. It is obvious.
Madam Speaker, on a point of clarity, and the first time it was expired, it was extended against my wish. But it came back a second time, and it was expired. There was no need. Once it was expired, it's expired.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, the members of the opposition were not aware the decision had been taken.
Madam Speaker,
Oh my gosh.
that is misrepresentation.
How?
Point
I
of
am not
order.
finished speaking. I
Madam
am
Speaker, on a
not
point
finished
of order.
speaking. It's
Misrepresentation.
absolutely not a misrepresentation. At the end of the day, the reality is I asked a question of this Honorable Premier in this Honorable House, whether I or any other member asked for the 15%, and he said no. That is a fact, and
Madam
that is on the
Speaker,
record.
on a point of order, misrepresentation. If a bill is before the House and there's an expiry date, it is not normal and it is not regular to return the bill upon its expiry. It is up to the legislators, and the legislators is not only government side, but all legislators in the House, to be aware of the terms and conditions of the bills that affect all of us. And if the members truly did not want it, they could have written before and said, we do not want it.
Madam Speaker, it is so amazing to me that you have a government that actually sat and made decisions to benefit themselves, and now claiming that because the opposition, they dragged the opposition along, it's our fault.
Madam Speaker, who dragged, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, on a point of order. It is misrepresenting. It is misrepresenting because the opposition is painting themselves as coming kicking and screaming in relation to this. There's no kicking and screaming, Madam Speaker. The only way you would say that this is kicking and screaming is if members of the opposition wrote to the Honorable House of Assembly and said they do not want to be included within any of these payments, and we are not going to be accepting the payment, because you can reject payments, Madam Speaker. That is possible. And you can also return the payment if you do not want to take it.
No, but Madam Speaker, on a point,
Madam Speaker, if I may, I am making my
there's a misrepresentation.
presentation.
So only now you know
Members
that.
all
Only now you
spoke.
know that.
All spoke.
Only now she realized that people can have point of orders.
To make my
Point of
points.
order, misrepresentation, Madam Speaker,
What
because
a government.
as with every legislation, if a letter is written to government and say that we do not want to, we will come back to the House to amend the legislation to exclude members of the opposition. It is not hard. In the same way the legislation would have excluded all elected members, would have included all elected members, if there's a decision by the opposition to say that we would like to be specifically excluded from the reinstatement, the legislation could have been amended to speak specifically and directly to the members of the opposition. No such communication was made. So it is misrepresentation to say that they are being dragged along.
Madam Speaker, the question that the people of Anguilla have is why did you not extend the 15% cut? Why? Why? Why did you not renew?
And
that is the question, Madam Speaker, because the decision is not the opposition's decision that made a decision not to extend. It was the government. And the question that the people have is why? And that was just prior to the GST being implemented. It was. And that 15% cut was done during the previous administration. And so no matter how much they try to change the direction or try to change focus, the reality is that the decision was theirs. The other thing, Madam Speaker,
the previous administration you're referring to was
the Anguilla United Front administration.
Yes.
Would have implemented the 15% cut before 2020.
And therefore I am saying there is a clause in the legislation that was passed by the Anguilla United Movement government that, when the cut was made, that this would be, the booking, the conditions basically for that would have been, we will reinstate this when things get better. So what are you saying? You're going to do away with the legislation and not uphold the conditions of the legislation?
Madam Speaker, I'm surprised, Madam Speaker, that evidence is coming from the chair.
But if there's a point of order that says misrepresentation, I know the facts, that was under me as Speaker.
That was not, what I've said was not misrepresentation in any way whatsoever. The question that I asked, and what I've said, is that the decision not to extend the 15% lay in the hands of this government. And I'm asking, why was the 15% cut not continued? And it was done on the heels of GST coming into play. And that is a reality.
Speaker, on a point of clarity, the 15% cut that was instituted by the Anguilla United Front just before the elections of 2020 was related to COVID. It was related to COVID. Once it expired, it was extended the first time. The second time, it was not extended. and it was related directly to COVID. We were not in COVID. The economy had started to move forward. Yes. No, there was one cut. There was one cut that was done of 15% for members of parliament just before the 2020 general election. And Madam Speaker, I have made it clear.
I'm shocked.
You are the one who asked that a question.
No, I'm not.
Okay,
That was
well
a
then
long
you
time
can
ago.
continue.
That was a
You
point
may
of order that was
continue.
just raised.
You may continue.
As I was saying, Madam Speaker, and then in relation to the double salary, I was actually in December of 2023, I was actually on my feet when I heard of the news of a double salary being given. In fact, I recall that there was a post that was made by the Honorable Quincy Gomes Marie in relation to announcing on the 20th of December 2023, double salary for all government employees, including preschool teachers, statutory bodies, and recipients of social welfare. And under that, said public officers, pensioners, preschool teachers, persons receiving public assistance, and other eligible groups under the government of Anguilla will receive a goodwill gesture to award an ex gratia payment before the end of 2023. Hashtag growing, hashtag sustainably, hashtag together. And so, and the member for Road South also made a similar post in relation to double salary. This past week, last week, the single island-wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, was on radio and went to pains to explain that what was given was not a double salary because he did not receive allowances. No. The general public can pick sense from nonsense. The member for Valley North would have been on radio and would have explained the fact that we were not aware, and this post, the government post, did not mention elected representatives. It did not mention parliamentarians. And so it's only when the money hit our account that we realized that parliamentarians had been included in this. They say it's not a double salary, but it was an ex gratia payment. And there seems to be some inconsistency in the wording because the single island-wide member, Mrs. Quincy Gomes Marie, call it a double salary. The member for Road South call it a double salary. The government of Anguilla says a goodwill, a gesture, an ex gratia payment, and the executive council minutes says 1 month's salary. 1 month's salary to be considered to be an ex gratia payment. Now, the people of Anguilla can pick sense from nonsense and understand exactly what the situation is here. So when we talk about, yesterday, the members of the Social Security Board had a sit-out, and I'm not sure what has happened with that today. But there are a number of issues that seem to have arisen in relation to the sit-out. And so I'm surprised that none of the members of government, when they're talking about current issues, have even spoken and given recognition to the situation that's taking place with the employees at the Social Security Board. And it seems that as part of the issues that they have includes the ex gratia payment and the fact that they were offered 1,000 EC dollars when it appears from Executive Council minute that every other entity would have received what is equivalent to 1 month's salary. There seems to be a lot of back and forth. Social Security Board is under the auspices of the Premier. But we have yet to hear the Honorable Premier speak out on this issue. What we've heard instead is a single island-wide member, Honorable Ken Hodge, going on radio and making a big distinction between what he got, which was not double salary because it didn't include his allowances, and the fact that it was an ex gratia payment and it did not equate to 1 month's salary, notwithstanding the Executive Council minute that has been released. And so when we talk about politicians and liars and honesty, we have to look in the mirror, Madam Speaker. Because the very people who are making those statements are the very people who are responsible for the impression that people have about politicians in this country. Madam Speaker, when this government has come to this House on the Property Tax Amendment Act, And I don't think a single person in Anguilla could say that this was part of their platform campaign in 2020. What they remember, what the people of Anguilla remember, is no GST because GST is like yellow dad on your favorite mango tree. What the people of Anguilla remember is that if the APM was elected, they would not implement GST because they had a plan. They had a plan to get Anguilla out of the situation. They knew everything that was happening. They knew that the treasury was empty. They knew there was no money to operate with.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that's misrepresentation, because we have said repeatedly that the premise of our campaign messaging around GST was made in good faith and under the belief that alternative taxes could be used. And even in my debate a while ago, I would have explained that the situation was dire and the alternatives would not have been able to fill the $500 million gap left by the Anguilla United Front.
Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla will remember exactly what propelled them to the vote, to the polls in 2020, with the country being closed, the borders being closed, and the promise of no GST to the people of Anguilla. People will remember that. So no matter what is said in this honorable house to try to paint a beautiful picture, at the end of the day, the people of Anguilla remember what propelled them to the polls in 2020.
Same way that they
And
remember
Madam
total
Speaker,
diversification.
the issue which, in relation to the Property Tax Act is now on the table. Why? Because as a single and wide member, Honorable Queen Sir Gons Marie has said, it is because the government has now been able to obtain revenue that allows them to revisit tax measures like property tax and remove it. But what was their platform campaign? So it's almost as if, Madam Speaker, that what is happening is this administration had no plan. They had no proposal. They got in there, and I should mention that even the Honorable Premier himself publicly stated that he had spoken to the Minister for the Overseas Territories, and she said that if the government could come up with an alternative to GST, then there would be no need to implement GST. So what happened? Because this government campaigned that they had a plan.
Madam Speaker,
the
misrepresentation.
government complained that they had a plan.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, misrepresentation. Madam Speaker, it was just said just a while ago that the alternatives that we had was not enough to meet the debt requirements of the country. So
I
uphold
the order. Yes, I remember. Yes.
And Madam Speaker, my further point of misrepresentation is that when the member is saying that we had no plan, when you look at the plan presented by the Anguilla United Front, which part of the plan was actually achieved? So is the basis of a plan the basis of good work?
Madam Speaker, it's so sad that it seems like this government has a habit of trying to turn things around so that they can look good. Everything is the opposition part, but at the end of the day, this government has a responsibility to the people of Anguilla, because this government went out and campaigned and said no GST, notwithstanding the fact that the AUM administration, this government's predecessor, in October of 2011, approved the implementation of a VAT/GST to come into force no later than December of 2014. And notwithstanding the fact that all of that took place, this administration could come today and talk about they had a plan, but it wasn't enough. But nobody has heard what this plan is. Nobody knows what this plan was that they're now saying wasn't enough to deal with the issues that are facing this country.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, it would have been very clear that when the administration got into office, we would have been looking at the alternative of a sales tax as opposed to the goods and services tax, which is something that the Honorable Premier would have also stated. However, when we did a review of the threshold for the sales tax, which was 20-something%, 23.5%, the levels of sales tax in order to meet the debt requirements was so extensive, Madam Speaker, that is why the government of Anguilla did not continue to pursue that particular option. And we said that very clearly, Madam Speaker. So that's why I'm saying, I think that on a point of order, I think that it's mischaracterization because the government of Anguilla was looking at an alternative measure because and we explained specifically that the reason why we were at the point of implementing GST was because of the debt situation in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. The debt repayments for the banking resolution the principal payment started in 2021, the year after the government of the Angola Progressive Movement got into office. The principal payments became due. And those principal payments, Madam Speaker, were much more than the interest payments that had been happening for the 5 years prior to 2021. And that was a substantial reason as to why the amount that was requested we could not cover with the sales tax option, Madam Speaker. And this was stated...
Madam Speaker, this is my presentation. If the member wanted to explain all of that, she should have done it during her presentation. I am speaking now. And we can come with all the fancy words and fancy explanations, but the people of Anguilla remember what you campaigned on. So you can say whatever you want in this honorable house. At the end of the day, the people will remember the reasons why they were galvanized to go to the polls and vote the way they did in 2020. That's the reality. And this administration, no matter what they say, cannot get away from that. Now, Madam Speaker, what we understand is that everything that is said in this House today points to this government's reliance on the revenue obtained from the goods and services tax, the very same tax that this government demonized during the 2020 election. And, Madam Speaker, this government, in bringing today this presentation of the Property Tax Amendment Act 2024, is trying to equate property tax to young persons owning homes. And I heard the little talk, and I heard them stand up and said, this young person came to me and said, oh, great. What was the word? I had to laugh. The statement that was made was that one person said that, oh, yes, we can beat the GST and taxes. And I have learned from this government how to save. We can beat the GST and taxes, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, the reality is that the property tax applies after you have your house. The issue that the young people are facing today is not necessarily the property tax in order to build their house. It is the cost involved in building the house. So you have high costs of construction materials, high cost of lumber, high cost of concrete, high cost of everything involved in order to build your home. And we have this administration come to the House today and talk about how removing the property tax is going to be beneficial for the young people. What is most beneficial, Madam Speaker, is if this administration will remove the GST and the duties off of goods for first-time home builders. That is what will impress the young people. Not to talk about you coming to the House to remove property tax and laying claim to helping the young people. The real help is giving them the reduction in the taxes so that they can build their home. That is where the real help is. And it is easy for this government to be able to implement that. If there is a person who is saying that they're building their home, they simply need to bring verification. Verification of the fact that the property is in their name or in a family member's name. Verification of the fact that they're building this structure in their own right. And be able to apply the duties, the concessions to these people. This is what we really need if you're talking about helping the young people. Not to come to the House talking about, this young person said hallelujah and praise Lord. Now they know how to work around the GST and the taxes. Ridiculous. Madam Speaker, the annual tax calculated on the value of property, as is being proposed to remove today, could never be as burdensome as the manner in which this GST was implemented by this administration. And I'll tell you why I say that. I say that because the GST is upfront and it impacts every single person every single day. Whether you have a home or whether you're living in an apartment, whether you're living with your parents, every day that you go to the store, you are paying GST in one form or the other. When you go to pay your light bill, GST is exempt only on the first 160 EC dollars. The average two-person home burns $400 to $500, equivalent, $400 to $500 a month. And so the reduction that this government gave only impacts up to the first 160 EC dollars per person, per home. So what have you really gotten? So you've implemented the GST in the manner that you did. You've had to come back many times to be able to make adjustments because you have found that it's so onerous. You turn around and you give electricity credits and you brag about giving electricity credits, but you have also implemented GST on electricity. So you have created the problem and now you're talking about
Madam
fixing
Speaker,
the problem,
on
giving
a
people
point
something.
on a point of order, I will say that it is a mischaracterization to say that the GST is the reason why electricity bills are expensive. If you look at your electricity bill, you'll see that the actual issue relates to the fuel surcharge. And that is not a matter of debate, that is a matter of fact, that the biggest contributor to the cost of your electricity bill is fuel surcharge. And so, when the administration is giving electricity credits, it is bearing in mind that the largest contribution to the cost of electricity is a fuel surcharge, and to be able to ameliorate that impact, in addition to what they're trying to do in pushing towards renewable energy so that they can actually remove the fuel surcharge.
Madam Speaker, GST is not charged on fuel, it is charged on consumption over 130 kilowatts per hour. Consumption. Who consumes? The consumer, the average man, the average woman. And Anguilla collects $11 million per annum, and it is paid on billing, $11 million. So when we talk about GST on electricity and Anguilla, let us not fool the people. $11 million on Anguilla, on billing. And that is coming not just from the average man, it is coming from businesses, from our local entrepreneurs as well. So when you talk about you giving tax credits of $500 EC dollars in January, the same month that Social Security payment increased by 0.25%, the same month that pension increased by 1%. Come on, man. You're not fooling the people. You're giving something this month, and then next month they're paying more. That is the reality. And that seems to be the characteristic of this administration. Giving something while they're taking something more from the people
Madam
of
Speaker,
Anguilla
on a point of
and
order.
acting
Madam
as if
Speaker,
they're
on a
doing
point
good for the
of
country.
order. The point of order is that the member is hell-bent on characterizing this administration as uncaring, taking...
What's the point of order? What is the point of order?
Characterization...
You need to state order and then
that
sit
the leader
down.
of the opposition
But only now you know
made
that?
was that
You just find out?
the hallmark of this administration is taking, giving one thing and then taking with the other. Madam Speaker, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that the decisions made by this administration are in the context
Madam Speaker,
in the
Madam
context
Speaker, I
of
object.
the circumstances.
Madam Speaker, I am
Pension
on my
is
feet and
about
I am
to
saying
go
that this is an
bust.
interruption
Social Security
of my
is
presentation.
about to go bust.
This is not a point of
The
order.
decisions
This is a
are not-
violation of the
Member,
rules.
please.
Madam Speaker, this is
decisions
a
It, then it
violation
gets
of
us
the
nowhere
rules.
to shout over each other.
It is a
Please.
violation of the rules. This is not a point of order. It is a presentation.
Please,
during
just
my
allow the
presentation.
member.
There's no point of order.
Oh. That is my decision to make, not yours, member.
Where is it? She
Please
hasn't said it.
resume your seat. You may continue, member.
Madam Speaker, the point of order is in relation to the fact that the member of opposition said that this administration is giving with one hand and taking with the other. And I said that that is a mischaracterization, Madam Speaker, and it is a mischaracterization because the decisions that the decisions the honorable member refers to in relation to pension and social security are not isolated. Those decisions are annexed to the fact that both of those funds, which was presented in this honorable house to every single member, are close to equilibrium and therefore in trouble of not even servicing the needs of persons who are going to be retiring in the near future, Madam Speaker. That is why those decisions are being made. They're not being made because this administration is giving with one hand and taking with the other. This administration is trying its best to ensure that we maintain the sustainability of funds that are supposed to support our people.
Taken.
Madam Speaker, I am listening, and the people of Anguilla are listening to these so-called points of orders that are presentations made during my presentation, and the disparity in treatment between the government side and the opposition. The people are paying attention. So, Madam Speaker, I will continue with my presentation because I don't think anyone understood what the member was saying anyway. As I was saying, the point is that when this government brags about giving credits and giving this and giving that and giving vouchers to the senior citizens, all of it is done because they recognize the hardship on the people of Anguilla. And if they recognize the hardship, why take the irresponsible approach of only giving something here and there once a month instead of understanding and getting to the root of the hardship and dealing with it? They are placing a small plaster on a large open sore. The people of Anguilla need greater assistance. The Property Tax Act is fine for those persons who have homes, but the majority of Anguillians every day are going to the store, every day are consuming electricity, every day are seeking to ensure that they put food on the table for their children, that they make ends meet, are trying to find ways to be able to eke out a living in this country. And that is a reality. And I've said before, Madam Speaker, that this administration seems more focused on talking about putting all of their revenues, all the revenue from the GST, the very act that they despised, that they demonized, and putting it towards the construction of an airport instead of finding ways to truly and really ameliorate and ease the burden of the people in Anguilla.
Madam Speaker, misrepresentation.
Anyway, Madam Speaker, the senior shield that has the member single island-wide member has spoken about. What?
The member has risen on a
she
point
said
of order.
misrepresentation. That was it.
That's
She has
her
something else to
explain.
say.
Member, please. Let's just be respectful in this
I am
house.
being respectful.
You are very disrespectful. Right now you are. You're not supposed to even be answering the speaker back.
Speaker, the member made a
go ahead,
misrepresentation.
Madam Speaker, the point of order, misrepresentation. I'm simply saying that on the basis of contribution to support to persons in terms of the overall budget of Anguilla, this administration have given more support to any other administration to the people of Anguilla. The numbers are there, the records are there, and so the point that the member just made is factually, and the data that applies, incorrect.
Thank you for that, because what that confirms is that this government has given more because they have taxed more than any other administration. And
Madam
that
Speaker,
is why,
on a point of order, misrepresentation. If we are going by the fact that GST would have come regardless of administration, we also have to acknowledge that GST would have been 17.3% under the administration and 13% under this administration. So the conversation of this administration taxing more than the Anguilla United Front intended to tax does not even stand.
Madam Speaker, this administration met a bill, a draft bill, no executive council minutes, no approval, no coming to the House. They meet something that somebody presents to them, and they claim that the AUF left that. And they have no knowledge.
Madam Speaker, misrepresentation, it was signed by Mr. Victor Banks, leader of the
It was
Anguilla.
not signed, it had his name. It was not his signature. There was no signature.
By Mr. Victor Banks, leader of the opposition, Minister of Finance, and Premier of the country at the time.
Madam Speaker, this bill before the House today says Barbara Webster Bourne Speaker. It says Lennox J. Proctor, Clerk of the House of Assembly. They are not signed.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, in terms of misrepresentation, it is not only a bill that defines what will go into the parent bill. There are policy documents, there are reports, all of which are produced by the Ministry of Finance and signed on and endorsed by the Minister of Finance. And it is there where the rates, the exemptions, and the thresholds can be found, and the intention of the previous administration can be found.
Madam Speaker, it's interesting because it didn't come to the House. I'm to Executive Council, and it didn't come to the House. So when the next time the member gets up to speak on that, I wanted to bring those bills, those documents that she says that the previous Minister of Finance signed off on, and that the previous evidence that the previous administration signed off on a bill for 17% GST. In the absence of that, I would ask that she not interrupt my presentation again because she has brought no evidence of same to the House.
Madam Speaker, the evidence, policies cannot be done without directive of Executive Council. The evidence is the work was done, and it was the foundation under which the administration intended on moving ahead with the bill 6 months later. It is there in written communication between Anguilla and the United Kingdom, and all of this evidence has been brought to the House. So to pretend as though only because it was not at the table of Executive Council that it is not valid is to misrepresent the House and to misrepresent to the people of Anguilla.
Yeah, and we've been through this so many times, the same argument. Please move
Speaker,
on. Let's just move on.
Yes, I'm trying to
Please.
move on, Madam Speaker, because
Please.
at the end of the day, no matter what the member says, there is no evidence that the previous Anguilla United Front administration approved a goods and services tax, and certainly the one that they brought to the House in June of 2021. And so this is the GST Act that has been brought by the APM administration, not the AUF administration, the APM administration, because the AUF administration agreed with the UK government in June of 2020 or in May of 2020, that the GST would be progressed in stages, Madam Speaker. So what took place between that MOU with the UK government and this administration bringing a wholesale GST to the House is a matter for explanation by this administration and not the AUF. Madam Speaker, the criticisms, the single and white member said criticisms were made of the APM and that they had to get where they are today. And if not here, then where? And it's laughable, and she also said, if not this, then what? And the whole statement, Madam Speaker, about the GST and the fact that the GST was necessary is in today's context laughable when you take into consideration the manner in which these people got elected. When you take into consideration the fact that people were galvanized to go to the polls because GST was demonized by this same APM administration. So now you hear them bragging about the effects of the impacts of GST, bragging about how much GST has come into the government coffers, bragging about how much revenue. And we're all, the people of Anguilla are happy for the government, but they are sad for themselves. Because the only people or the only entity seeming to be doing well is the government of Anguilla. So when you talk about our local businesses, when you talk about the individuals...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, that is misrepresentation. The Anguilla Statistics Department would show that there's an improvement in construction, and the tourism data, not only from the Anguilla Statistics Department, also from the tourism entities themselves, show improved revenue and improve also wages in the tourism industry. And I would just ask the member to bring actual data and not anecdotal data to the House.
Madam Speaker, it's very nice to be sitting with your head in the clouds, but I would invite the member to walk through District 2 and go visit some homes. I would invite the member to go Blowing Point and go talk to some people down there. And let's see what the reaction will be in terms of the statements that the country seems to be doing well. Let us gauge that reaction, the feeling of the people on the street, because those are the people who I speak to. I'm not looking at just statistics that could be determined in any way, shape, or form. I am talking to the people. We are talking to the people on the ground. We are hearing their concerns every day. We are listening to what is impacting them. So I would encourage the member to, yes, she's looking at the statistics. She's looking at, the little construction going around the place. Talk to the people. Talk to the people.
Madam Speaker, is the people that's constructing?
Talk to the people, Madam Speaker. The same people that are constructing are paying the high cost of construction materials to be able to construct and move forward. Talk to them. Madam Speaker, the Senior Shield, as was mentioned by the Honorable Single Island Wide member, and again, it was, okay, you have a government. Senior Shield was implemented. We don't know what the framework is. No bill has come to the House. It has not been enshrined in the law. The people who are benefiting from Senior Shield are asking, is this something that is continuous? While it's helpful for people over 70 once you access the government resources. The people are saying that when they have to go and buy their prescription outside of the government entity, they are paying the high cost on medicine. And so the member, instead of addressing the people of Anguilla and saying, this is why we have not made Senior Shield into law. This is why it is only a policy. This is why we cannot guarantee that for here and the future Senior Shield will remain, because we have enshrined it, we have it on solid ground. Instead of the member saying that, what she does instead is, well, any administration that is going to remove Senior Shield, that they can only guarantee that Senior Shield will remain if they are returned to power. And that's what the member, the Premier, Honorable Premier, would have said in his presentation in the last House of Assembly. And so you have to wonder, Madam Speaker, how is it that this administration seems to have the habit of redirecting their responsibility over to the opposition side? It is your responsibility to the people of Anguilla. You need to answer to them. Why is the Senior Shield only a policy? You need to answer to them. Why have you not brought Senior Shield legislation to the House to ensure that it remains in the future? What is it that the people do not know? What is it that you have not disclosed? What is it that people need to understand in terms of the Senior Shield and the way in which it was implemented? Madam Speaker, we spoke about the electricity credits. I remember the Single Island Wide member speaking about Governor Christina Scott signing off on the banking resolution and what she said about burdening generations to come. And it's so interesting, and the one point that she would have made that I agree with is that we are where we are. We see the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla doing well. The member was at the farewell dinner for the CEO of the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla. The Honorable Premier was at the head table. The PR person for the government of Anguilla is also the PR person for the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla. And he was there making the presentation in terms of the history of the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla. There were a little bit of hiccups in getting it started, but I think eventually it got started, and it showed the CEO at different functions, at different activities. The explanation, the governor of the ECCB Bank was there and gave a glowing tribute, not only to the CEO, the departing CEO, but also to the National Commercial Bank of Anguilla. I sat at a table with a gentleman who was here in Anguilla at the time that the banking resolution was being addressed. And that gentleman, and Cardigan will confirm, and Shelia, the members of opposition sitting next to me were at that same table when that gentleman would have explained the chaos that could have occurred here in Anguilla had the government of the day, the Anguilla United Front administration, not made the difficult decision to resolve the banking situation the way in which it was. And what is interesting is that while the single island-wide member made reference to Christina Scott and what she said about burdening generations to come, she failed to mention that the same Christina Scott, the governor of Anguilla at the time, signed off on the banking resolution a few days later. So if it is that the UK government was so convinced that this was detrimental for the people of Anguilla, the UK government would never have signed off on it. But the governor, the same governor, signed off on the banking resolution. So let us stop playing games with the people of Anguilla. Let us stop trying to throw around sound bites to make yourself sound good.
Madam Speaker, point of order, misrepresentation. I did not speak on the contents of the banking resolution, only the consequence of the banking resolution, which was the debt. And I made it clear that it doesn't matter really what persons believe should have been the solution, but that it is what it is, and we have to address the debt. And my comment was in relation to onward work to addressing the debt.
Upheld. Yes.
I am glad to hear the responsible statements today.
But that is what I
made.
said.
I'm glad to hear the responsible statements because prior to this, every person in Anguilla can recall the fact that the banking resolution was being criticized during the election. So I'm happy. I am happy to hear, Madam Speaker, that this has been the approach, that this is now the approach. Madam Speaker, we talk about the government assuming financial independence. And again, the single island-wide member, Honorable Quincy Gomes-Marie, is correct that the goods and services tax was a pathway, or is a pathway, to assuming financial independence. It was the position of the Anguilla United Front that we were moving forward with a broad-based tax, the same tax, different form, that was demonized by this administration. And the goal would have been financial independence gained towards broadening the tax base. Of course, we vehemently disagree on the manner of implementation. We will continue to stand by it. That is the reason why the members of the opposition supported persons in Anguilla, individuals as well as local enterprises, business enterprises, in advocating for the fact that GST implementation in 2021, or the bringing of the bill to the House in 2021, was not appropriate for the people of Anguilla at that time. And again, the implementation in 2022, when people were still suffering, when the country was still suffering from the effects of COVID. And so, Madam Speaker, the members of the opposition would have objected on a principled basis to the implementation of GST. So once you object to the implementation, the point that we were making was not now. If you looked at what was happening in other countries, even the UK was helping their citizens at the same time that this government made the decision to implement full wholesale GST.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, misleading the House. Sorry. Madam Speaker, how can one reasonably say that if the crux of your opposition to GST implementation was the timeline, when you are in the same breath saying that your phased implementation would have been earlier than your proposed phased implementation would have been in 2021 and 2023? and it was implemented in 2022. So if the crux of your argument is COVID and what was happening in Anguilla at the time, how can you reasonably say that 2021 would have been a better phase, a better time?
Good question.
Madam Speaker, and the question raises the point about persons that just do not understand how negotiations and discussions with the British operate, with the administering power. It underscores the lack of knowledge, the lack of depth of understanding, because there is scope. The MOU that was signed in May or June of 2020, I can't specifically recall, I think it was May 2020, said that the Anguilla government is to continue with the implementation of GST in the phased approach as agreed. Now within that, there would have been scope, because remember the time that was signed, and that was signed for $100 million to be able to assist Anguilla in a time when the country was closed, where there was no revenue, not as a result of Anguilla's own making, but as a result of protecting the people of Anguilla during COVID. And we were here in our nice little bubble in Anguilla, while all over the world, hundreds and thousands of people were dying. In one country alone, 15,000 persons, the equivalent of Anguilla's population, died. Imagine had the Anguilla United Front administration not made the decision to close the borders at that point in time, because we were not prepared to deal with the health consequences of this issue. And so at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, there's always an opportunity to revisit, the same way how this administration changed from implementing GST in a phased approach like the AUF had agreed to wholesale approach. We don't know what took place in their discussions and negotiations.
Madam Speaker,
we
that's
don't know what caused
misrepresentation.
them to change from the approach.
Madam
we
Speaker,
don't
that
know.
is misrepresentation, because numerous announcements was made, including one that was done in the center of the floor of this Parliament, where it was explained why, which also spoke back to the need to repay the principal of the banking resolution loans, the loans associated with the banking resolution, the principal of that, and also the decisions on what to cut if we prolong implementation was also laid before this House was made. A letter was written to the people of Anguilla, and numerous radio representations was made. It included things like, if we do not implement GST right away, we had to reduce scholarships. So there was reduce scholarships, reduce the amount in medical overseas treatment. All of this had to do because the money in these areas had to be redirected to paying the principal. That was explained in full. The point of order is that you're misrepresenting the House by saying that there was no explanation. I can stand because I can stand.
Let's not impute improper motive.
Madam Speaker,
it is not in
this
your,
is my presentation.
It is not in your purview to tell a member to sit
Madam
down.
Speaker,
Please,
the member is
let's just be
making a wholesale
respectful.
presentation during my presentation.
Oh my God, I am speaking to you and you're speaking at the same time.
But I am asking you, Madam Speaker, to remind the member that on a point of order to make the point and then sit down, not to have an explanation.
But that's the same thing all members do, and I allow you all to do it, including
Madam
yourself.
Speaker. No, you do not.
Including you.
No, you do not. We
So,
can go back to the
see,
recordings.
this is where we go back and forth. You're challenging me now. And I will remind you to make your point of order when you get up to say, this is misrepresentation. Then I will say, resume your seat without hearing your explanation. Doesn't make sense, does it? Okay, please continue.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, that at the end of the day, the people of Anguilla are listening to this honorable House. Honorable House. The people of Anguilla understand how we've gotten to where we are today. And no matter how much this administration tries to pretty up exactly what has happened over the last 3 years, the reality exists that the people of Anguilla today are worse off than they were in 2020. And that is a reality. And as I said, Madam Speaker, I would invite the members of government to go and speak to the average people in Anguilla. There are measures that this government can take greater than the removal of property tax from residential homes to help ease the burden of the people of this country. And so, Madam Speaker, when we talk about honesty and we talk about politicians and liars, let us look in the mirror. Because when you're pointing one finger forward, pointing back at you. And so, Madam Speaker, in relation to the Property Tax Amendment Act that is on the floor, as I said, I am a homeowner. I'm grateful for the removal. There are questions that come up in terms of the rationale. People are asking, could not the property tax be reduced? Could not the revenue from what is coming in be used towards supplying water lines, government water lines, to homes that do not have access to cistern water or government water? Can it not be used to help defray the costs of running electrical lines to homes where electrical power may not be existing? These are the questions that people are asking. But at the end of the day, the average homeowner is happy to pay one less tax. The average homeowner is saying, well, at least this gives us an ease somewhere. The 5,000 persons as expressed by the single island-wide member may be happy for it. And while we 5,000 are happy, what are the measures that this administration is going to take to be able to help all 15,000, probably less now because the amount of people that have left from every constituency? And the teachers are talking about their classrooms, and the whole families are relocating, and the reasons why they're relocating. But the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that greater measures have to be taken. These are one-stop measures that are being taken, and at the end of the day, it appears to the people of Anguilla that they're being done for this administration to say, look, I gave you something, now be happy, now vote us back in, because we are doing so well for you, we're doing so well for the country. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, that the people themselves are speaking, and they are dissatisfied with what is happening in their lives, what is happening in their homes. They're dissatisfied with the state of the country and how it is affecting them in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other contributions? Since there are no other contributions, I invite the mover to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the views of all members of the Parliament today as it relates to this administration's goal of removal of property tax on residential buildings. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the member for Sand Hill, asked some questions, and those questions will be furnished with answers. It is safe to say that there are some instances where persons may have a residential home and may also have some rental component to it. So these are some of the things that you have to flesh out. But I also want to say, Madam Speaker, that property tax have been a thorn in our side for a very long time, Madam Speaker. And when we say that it is unimpactful, Madam Speaker, we have to be very careful with that. Because, Madam Speaker, there are over 7,000 homes in Anguilla. 7,000 homes in Anguilla, Madam Speaker. So it therefore means that 7,000 homeowners and their families will receive significant relief from property tax. Madam Speaker, I won't quote any names, but just last year, December, I may say, a gentleman pulled me over on the street in South Hill. And he said to me, do you think it's fair that I built a home and every year, starting in 2018, I have to pay over $10,000 in property tax, Heaton? That's what he said to me. Do you think it's fair? I say, well, no. I think it's like paying rent to live in your own house. On top of the mortgage, over $10,000 a year, he had to pay in property tax, Madam Speaker, just because he had a view of the ocean on land that was inherited. And we fail to understand our history, Madam Speaker, because this land is a blessed land, as my good friend from Road South, Mr. Curtis Richardson, would say. And this land that we stand on, Madam Speaker, is unique to any country in the Caribbean, in that those who brought us from the shores of Africa and dropped us off here to walk in the fields, to derive wealth from the backs of our forebears, Madam Speaker, saw that the land was poor and the rainfall scarce. And so they abandoned us to our own vices, Madam Speaker. And when they abandoned us, Madam Speaker, those forebears of our people had to eke out a living somehow. Without remittances in the 1800s, and with poor soil and sparse rainfall, Madam Speaker, they were able to survive. But lo and behold, Madam Speaker, a drought came, and famine came amongst the land, and animals died, and crops wilted, and people died. And we cried out to those in London. And it was said from the Parliament of England, not a single white man dwelled among them. This is a matter of historical fact, Madam Speaker. And there came the offer to move us to the colony of British Guyana, Madam Speaker. And believe it or not, some Anguillians took up the offer, Madam Speaker, but most decided to stay on this rock and struggle and survive. This is from whence we came, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, those forebearers refused to sell this rock. They lived on this rock. And eventually, there were industries that were created in Cuba, in the Dominican Republic, in Port Amboy, in Slough, in Aruba, Madam Speaker. And our people sought to traverse the seas and go to these respective countries to eke out a living. Madam Speaker, you hear the stories of his young Charlie Gomes at the age of 9 being sent off to the cane fields of San Pedro de Macorís in Dominican Republic, Madam Speaker. 9 years old. Think about it, all of us who have children, Madam Speaker. Think about your 9-year-old son going over, sailing with the wind to San Pedro de Macorís in order to make a few shillings to bring back home, Madam Speaker, to the disease-infested cane fields of San Pedro de Macorís. And you would only hope, because there was a lack of communications, that at the end of the season, when everyone stood on the hill overlooking Sandy Ground, waiting for their loved ones to come back home on those sailboats, Madam Speaker, that they will come back alive. And many a time, many of them died on the way back home, Madam Speaker, and were thrown overboard. Madam Speaker, this is the history from whence we came. And Madam Speaker, families will wait and hope and pray that their husbands, that their children will return alive. And even when they return alive, Madam Speaker, some of them are quarantined. They were quarantined because the diseases of smallpox ravaged many souls in San Pedro de Macorís and even on the journey back home. And when they died, they were entombed in South Hill, right across from the Bethel Methodist Church burial ground, Madam Speaker, in limestone tombs where you can walk through that burial ground and see the names of those who died in the 1800s and early 1900s because of what we had to do. So property tax, Madam Speaker, was always something that we did not want. Land tax is something that we will never have in this country, Madam Speaker. And I am so happy and pleased, Madam Speaker, that when the Honorable Premier came up and said, listen, we must get rid of property tax. And so today, we stand in here, Madam Speaker, on this side of the political divide, getting rid of property tax for as long as the Anguilla Progressive Movement is in office. Because we can't guarantee that if another administration in the future comes to intervene, that property tax will not be reinstated. We can't guarantee that. There's nothing in life that is guaranteed, Madam Speaker, but meeting the Holy Father after the end of life, if you're as good as Hayden Austin Fort Hughes. But if you're a bad person, we know where you will go. But Madam Speaker, property tax. And one of the things that we must understand is that even though we are removing property tax from residential properties, Madam Speaker, those persons who still owe property tax, Madam Speaker, will still have to find ways to pay up to speed, because it is unfair that the 39% of the people who have been compliant for all those years will have been compliant, and now those persons who have not been compliant, Madam Speaker, will benefit from the same. But you'll benefit from it in that from January the 1st, 2024 until you will not be charged or issued with any property tax bills, Madam Speaker, for that period. And Madam Speaker, so it is, I'm happy that this is here today, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, I want to also speak to an issue that was brought up by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and other members of this House. And it was a statement that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition said that gives me clarity that if the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill had her way, she would get rid of tourism, Madam Speaker. And I say that because...
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, it is a misrepresentation and a mischaracterization, especially in light of what my presentation to the House just now. Totally mischaracterization and an outright lie.
Madam Speaker, if the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill had her way...
Madam Speaker, I would ask the member to withdraw the statement, which is a lie. I have never said I will do away with tourism. Never.
He said a statement that you made that gives him clarity. He didn't say what statement it was.
But Madam Speaker, it doesn't matter. I never made a statement that gave him clarity that I would do away with tourism.
You got up on a point of order, and he said it gives him clarity, so just let him explain.
He would do away, that I would do away with terrorism, and saying that there's no statement that I made to suggest that, and I would ask him to withdraw that statement.
Madam Speaker, I will not withdraw a statement that I deem to be factual, based on the utterings, the words, the verbiage of the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill, Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge. It is my view that if the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill had her way, she would get rid of tourism based on what she has said. Let me say what she has said.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I said diversify away from tourism, and I'll ask the member to define what diversify means to him. He seems to have a lack of comprehension.
Please do not interrupt the member unless there's a point of order.
Order, Madam Speaker.
He says in his view. Please. Continue, member.
Madam Speaker, lawyers live by language and structure of the spoken and written word. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, words, then who can you represent, Madam Speaker? And again I say, Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill, based on her utterings, based on her pronouncements, based on even her press statement that doubled down, if she had her way, she would get rid of tourism,
On a
Madam
point
Speaker.
of order, Madam Speaker, and it's totally irresponsible for the member to stand up and mischaracterize what I said. All of Anguilla, and I have the recording, Madam Speaker. If you would like me to play the entire recording so that people can hear for themselves and understand, because it appears that the member has a lack of understanding. Madam Speaker, do I have permission to play the recording?
You do not.
Yes, I didn't
You may
think so.
continue.
Madam Speaker, based on what the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill have said, it is my view, if she had her way, she she would get rid of tourism, Madam Speaker. And I believe that she's only saying what she says now because of the possibility of political
On a
blowback,
point of
Madam
order,
Speaker.
Madam Speaker, the same day I made that sentence about diversifying away, I immediately brought enlightenment to the statement and clarity to exactly what I was trying to say. So
And
for
now
the member
what
to
is your
impute
point of order?
improper motive that now I'm saying it for political reasons is totally out of order.
We cannot say what the member meant.
Madam Speaker, if you would allow me, and if the Honorable Leader of the Opposition would allow me, I am not sure she would allow me, but I believe she would give me the opportunity to quote verbatim.
Madam
what you
Speaker,
said.
I have no difficulty if he quotes entirely
But
the
please
response.
stop
He said if I would allow him.
Please, you know the rules. You've just complained the Honorable Single Island Wide Electoral District member for interrupting your presentation.
Madam
You're
Speaker,
doing the same.
I am
Please
agreeing with him.
resume your seat.
Madam Speaker, the
Please,
member asked me.
please, you know better. Please, be an example. Continue, member.
Madam Speaker, if the member would allow me to quote verbatim, I will do so. And let me say word for word what the member for Sandy Hill said. We have to take, Madam Speaker, before I say this, I want to say this. The member for Valley South, the member for Road South, the member for Valley North was speaking about diversification of Anguilla's economy. That there's a need for us to diversify Anguilla's economy. The member, the Single Island member, Ms. Quincy Gomes Marie, spoke extensively to the work that she was doing as it relates to farming and fisheries and how these can become pillars of our economy. She spoke extensively to diversification. The member for Valley North also spoke about diversification of Anguilla's economy, Madam Speaker. But immediately following the Single Island member, Mrs. Quincy Gomes Marie's presentation, the member for Sandy Hill spoke for the first time. And Madam Speaker, and she spoke about housing and where investors can build houses and persons can buy those houses and so forth and so on, and those sort of things as it relates to housing. But then she went on and she said, and I quote, Madam Speaker, "We have to think outside the box. When we talk about, and I hear a lot of discussion about tourism, and I want to say that I felt as if I was an odd person at the head table, Madam Speaker. I want to think that I was an odd person at the head table. This is following a discussion on diversification of Anguilla's economy, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, it's a mischaracterization. It was a discussion on diversifying the tourism sector. The tourism sector was very specific.
Madam Speaker, we were discussing diversification of Anguilla's economy, Madam Speaker. And she said, I felt as if I was the odd person at the head table because, and I am a person who believes that we need to diversify totally, and she emphasized the word totally. And the Honorable Single Island Board member, Mr. Kenneth Hodge, he said he referred to the dictionary and he gave the definition of what totally away from tourism as well. Madam Speaker, totally away, diversified totally away. And nobody's going to tell me, or nobody's going to tell any person who comes up through the hospitality sector that that's a good thing, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to go on some more and speak about all the things that she said following, because that's what she needs. But I want to say this, Madam Speaker. In my earlier presentation, I spoke about Anguilla's difficult history, Madam Speaker. No help from anyone. We are a country on our own, Madam Speaker. No governance whatsoever. Because people need to understand that this Three-Island Federation was formed in 1876. 1876. Brasher was born when? 1916? Became the chief minister in 1953. We had our revolution in 1967. So we had a history before 1967. We had a history before 1967. And that was a history of severe hardships. And in the 1950s, many Anguillians left the shores on a boat going up to Europe, then over to England, Madam Speaker, to work in the factories and the like, Madam Speaker, bunking up 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. One of them was a man named Hubert Benjamin Hughes, Madam Speaker. My father, my late father. And a lot of us in here have family who made that trip. Some of them made other trips, Madam Speaker. And if you can listen to the accent of the member, the leader of the opposition, you realize that her family also made a trip because her accent is a rich U.S. Virgin Islands accent, Madam Speaker. And that can only come from having lived in that particular jurisdiction. I'm not holding it against her because that's nothing to criticize her about. But what I'm saying is that we all went somewhere, Madam Speaker, and came back, Madam Speaker. But what I'm saying is that we were serious strugglers, Madam Speaker. At the house of Hubert Benjamin Hughes, as a child growing up, we had no electricity. None. We had kerosene lamps. And eventually my father got a kerosene fridge. Kerosene fridge. Do you know what a house smells like with a kerosene fridge? Anybody who's had a kerosene fridge? That's how old I am. Your members in this house don't know that. They never experienced it, Madam Speaker. And then we got these pump lamps. They pump like a gas lamp, Madam Speaker. And the roads in South Hill, down to West End, were dirt roads. Roads to Back Street, and through Katy, and all those roads were dirt roads. They were all dirt roads, Madam Speaker. We went to school barefooted. And there were only about 2 or 3 people in South Hill that had electricity because they had generators. Bernard Richardson, Wallace Richardson, both of them were grocery store owners, and Walton Fleming, who had his hardware store. Sometimes we'll get a little light from Wallace Richardson, may he rest in peace, Madam Speaker. I remember his dog Starsky and Hutch in his big red car, Madam Speaker. Those are the days, Madam Speaker, the difficult days. And then, in the very late 70s, 2 individuals came to Anguilla, Sue and Robin Ricketts, Madam Speaker. And when they came to Anguilla, they saw the immense potential, Madam Speaker, in Anguilla. And Her Majesty's government at the time had acquired some land down in Mondes Bay, 174 acres of land that included the pond for the Crown, for tourism development. And in the 1970s, a plan was hatched for Anguilla, a written plan that Anguilla will become a tourism destination. But if you listen to the speech of Robert Bradshaw in 1976, he spoke about the idea of moving into hospitality, getting rid of sugarcane. And even prior to that, before the revolution, spoke about Anguilla as a tourism destination. And those speeches are there for anyone to listen to, Madam Speaker. So the idea of Anguilla becoming a tourism destination so that our people will not have to brave the seas and lose so many men, Madam Speaker. My uncle, who is 97 years old, Madam Speaker, Mr. Freddie Hughes, James Freddie Hughes, was a man of the scene. He wrote books, and I sat with him many times, Madam Speaker. I visit him every week, Madam Speaker, as he's ailing. And Madam Speaker, his brain is still sharp, memory is still sharp as it was 50 years ago. Spoke of how so many men who were lost at sea, and how many times that he could have been lost at sea, Madam Speaker. That was our only way, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when Sue and Robin Ricketts came to Anguilla in the late 70s, they decided they got to find investment for this beautiful place. And a man by the name of Leon Ryden was vacationing in St. Martin, and they learned of it. I don't know how they learned of it because they didn't have no telecommunications in South Hill. I know that for sure because we didn't have no telephone down there. I remember we got a tree. Madam Speaker, we didn't have no electricity, and we didn't have no telephones in South Hill and going west of this island, Madam Speaker. And they went to St. Martin, they brought Mr. Leon Ryden to Anguilla. I'll give you all a history lesson today, Madam Speaker. And they took them to the Mondes Bay site, which I believe is the most beautiful, spectacular beach in the whole world. That's my view. It's a matter of opinion, it's not a matter of a fact. I'm not entitled to my facts, but I'm entitled to my opinion. Mondes Bay Beach where Capjaluca now sits. And he looked at it and he didn't like it. But they didn't want to let him go. And they went over to the other side and he fell in love with that spot. And Mr. Joe Gomes, the uncle, Joe Hodge, the uncle of the Honorable Quincy Gomes Marie and the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, was contracted to build Malihana Hotel construction. That's his name, Joseph Hodge, Joe Hodge, St. Thomas. Contractor. He built it. Local contractor. Came back to build Malihana Hotel. See how long ago he built it? 40 years this year, open, Madam Speaker. Still standing as if...
Just on a point of clarification, Mr. Joseph Hodge is actually my husband's uncle, so he's no relation to Honorable Quincy Gomes Marie.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, an Anguillian came back, contractor, to build the Malihana Hotel. And Madam Speaker, within a few weeks, they would start the construction over there. Today, investor comes to Anguilla 2 years before they could do anything. Even if they want to grant something as a gift, the type of rigmarole you have to go through to accept that gift for the country is unbelievable. But be that as it may, Madam Speaker, and Sue and Robin Ricketts had a shareholding interest in Malihana at the time, Madam Speaker, and they opened that hotel and they gave it the name Malihana, which is the Amerindian name, the Taino name, the Arak name for Anguilla, Ile, before the French came and before the English came and colonized Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And lo and behold, Hubert Hughes, as the Minister of Lands in 1980, signed an alien landholding license, Madam Speaker, with a man by the name of Dion Friedland. He's still alive. He's 81 years old, Madam Speaker, and a senior bodybuilder, for the land lease at Mondes Bay, which was held initially by a man by the name of James Frank Hale, Madam Speaker. And when that alien landholding lease was signed, he brought in partners, Beans, Robert and Nancy Bean, Robert F.X. Silliman, Charles and Linda Hickox, and the like, Madam Speaker. And they started to develop what is known as Capjaluca. 99 rooms, Madam Speaker. That hotel was supposed to be over 300 rooms, including bungalows over the pond and what have you, Madam Speaker. Never came to fruition, but we are proud of what Capjaluca became. Because I can tell you, when a man by the name of Eustace Guichard was the general manager of Capjaluca, the occupancies never fell below 85%. And Madam Speaker, that hotel was developed in Mondes Bay, and eventually, all of those skilled workers, all of those great construction workers from across the Caribbean started coming home and becoming employed in the construction sector. And as the hotels opened, other people got involved in the construction sector. But you must also remember, Madam Speaker, that it was Mr. Ryden had also created cul-de-sac down in Loin Point area, where people like Albia Lake, Monsieur Albia Lake, one of the greatest sommeliers the Caribbean has ever seen, Floyd Lake Jr., Eustace Guichard, and all those people were developed. Lots of Anguillians were developed through that, Madam Speaker. That's how important hospitality and tourism is to us, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, eventually other properties were developed. And there's a book that is written by a man by the name of Kenneth Rejak called Confessions of a Money Launderer. And he spoke about how other industries in Anguilla were created. Other pillars of Anguilla's economy were created. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, there was a time when financial services industry was a greater contributor to Anguilla's national GDP and treasury than anything else. The government of Anguilla controlled the financial services industry through the Constitution. And we had constitutional amendment, Madam Speaker. Give it all up. That pillar was taken away from us. So while you have the BVI, and while you have Cayman Islands, and while you have Bermuda making hundreds of millions from the financial sector, and tourism is another pillar, that pillar of diversity was taken, not taken away from us, given up by us, given up by the parent of the Anguilla United Front, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about diversification of the economy, the diversity was there. But let us go and delve deeper into what the member for Sandy Hill said on that fateful day, Madam Speaker, that she refused to walk back, Madam Speaker, even in the face of it. I felt I was an odd person at the head table because I am a person who believes that we need to diversify totally away from tourism. I went past that. And I think that that comes because even before the economic downturn, even before COVID, you had, I don't know how many people remember 9/11 in 2001, and when 9/11 hit and the Twin Towers were struck, we lost our tourism in Anguilla and we fell off the cliff. That's exactly what she said, word for word. The member for Sandy Hill said that we need to diversify totally away from tourism. Throw tourism over the cliff because it fell over the cliff in 2001 after 9/11.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I will invite the member to continue to read everything that I said. I spoke about COVID. I spoke about Hurricane Irma. And the point I'm making, Madam Speaker, is that diversify does not mean throw away. So I would ask the member to stop mischaracterizing what I said. And stop, you would have researched totally, research diversify.
Madam Speaker, if the member would allow me to continue, then she would get the entire thing that she spoke about, that she said, when she said that she wanted to get rid of tourism, diversify totally away from tourism. But I know the honorable member for Valley North does not subscribe to that. Because when I first made it known that a member for Sandy Hill wanted to get rid of tourism, totally diversify away from tourism, totally get rid of it, Madam Speaker, the member for Valley North came out and she addressed it. And she said, I believe in tourism because tourism has done a lot for me and my family. So I know that a member for Valley North does not subscribe to that notion. I know that a member for West End does not subscribe to that notion because, Madam Speaker, it is clearly and obvious, Madam Speaker, that the members of the Anguilla United Front are divided through and through because on one hand, you have the member for Sandy Hill who does not believe that we should have a gaming sector. And the other hand, you have the single island-wide member, Mr. Joseph Vanderpool, who believed that we should create a gaming sector. On one hand, you have Pat, who believes that we should have a gaming sector and everybody should go in and gamble their life savings away. On the other hand, you have Miguel, who don't believe that we should have a gaming sector, but we should have mass cruise tourism. On one hand, you have Kyle, who believes, what does he believe, Madam Speaker? Because 1 minute, he believes we should have a gaming sector, and next minute, he don't believe that we should have a gaming sector. People are free to change their minds. And Madam Speaker, even on the issue of GST, and we keep on talking about GST, when the member for Sandy Hill have made it clear, and she challenged the member for Road South to produce the evidence that at any point in time that her, as a member for Sandy Hill, or any of our colleagues have said that if they get elected, they will remove GST. The member for Sandy Hill said that she challenged me, Madam Speaker, to produce the evidence. But Madam Speaker, what she was in essence saying is that I was lying when I said that the United Front wants to get rid of GST, and I must produce the evidence. Because she said, and I quote, it was a lie from the pit of hell. That's what she said. So doesn't that mean, Madam Speaker, that they have no intentions of getting rid of GST?
They can't.
But the single island-wide member, Mr. Kyle Hart, said, "Good morning, Hammer. I just want to address something that Rugby said about me on the radio this morning. And he wanted to know about this conversation that I might have had with the United Front concerning GST before I joined them. But I want the people to know," and I'm paraphrasing here, "I want the people to know that we got a committee working to do what? And then at Billy D, Madam Speaker, when they were speaking, the honorable member for Sand Hill, in a fit of honesty, Madam Speaker, beholding of the Holy Ghost, said something, and I could not even believe it. I said, Madam Speaker, Jesus may have come down and touched her forehead, because she was honest when she said, we can talk about getting rid of GST, paraphrasing here, but the only way we can get rid of it is we go independent. I can't believe that the member for Sandy Hill and I, even though we are cousins, Madam Speaker, we agree on something for once. The only way you can get rid of GST is to go independent. And independence has its cost. I believe in independence, Madam Speaker. Earlier this afternoon, I was speaking about, in the back, about Kwame Nkrumah, and Patrice Lumumba, and Joseph Nyerere, and Jomo Kenyatta, and Gamal Nasser, and all of those great leaders in Africa following the move towards independence in the 1950s, and where Africa as a continent would be today, Madam Speaker, and how they were all summarily assassinated, and even in the case of Kwame Nkrumah, was not allowed to return to his homeland of Ghana, which they had called the Gold Coast, Madam Speaker, the colonial power, Madam Speaker. I believe in independence, but don't think because we move towards political and constitutional independence mean that we don't have to pay our own way. It was the great Victor Franklin Banks, longest serving Minister of Finance in the history of Anguilla, said, and I quote, "We have to pay our own way." In a budget address, we have to pay our own way. And if it is that the honorable leader of the opposition and the honorable acting premier forms a pact, Madam Speaker, to move Anguilla into political independence, Madam Speaker, and we go towards that direction, we will still have to pay for the banking resolution. We will still have to pay for the Depositor Trust Fund. We will still have to pay the $214 million of Social Security Fund. And the actuarial report shows that the Social Security Fund is decimated. It was laid before the House, right in here, that it has to increase the contributions if it is to succeed. So Social Security is on the precipice, and collectively we have to restore it and ensure that it survives, so that those persons who are paid and have to pay again because of that $214 million, that it's there for persons in the future to benefit from, Madam Speaker. Social Security is in trouble, Madam Speaker. And that was clearly articulated by the actuary. And we all agree that something has to be done to save it, Madam Speaker. So that is something that we have to consider. Do we want to save Social Security, or do we leave it fall over the cliff? The answer is clear. We have to save it, Madam Speaker. We have to save it. And Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill said, and I quote, and I think that comes because when even before the economic downturn, even before COVID, you had, I don't know how many people remember 9/11 in 2001, and when 9/11 hit and the Twin Towers were struck, we lost our tourism in Anguilla. We fell off the cliff. So time and time in Anguilla's history, we've seen that yes, we put all our eggs in this tourism basket. We diversified aspects of our tourism, but there have been times when the tourism product as a whole, there have been times is what? Look for your dictionary, it's plural. Time is singular. There have been times when the tourism product as a whole, the entirety, not just aspects of it, have been crippled, Madam Speaker. COVID is the only time Anguilla's tourism economy have been crippled. It's the only time Anguilla's tourism economy have been crippled. There have never been a time in the history of Anguilla that Anguilla's tourism economy have been crippled. Not even following 9/11. Because, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, in the ECCB, Eastern Caribbean Central Bank report after the economic downturn in 2009, the report came out that Anguilla's tourism and the economy as a whole fell off a cliff and had been crippled as a result of the worldwide economic downturn. And if the member would like me to produce that report for him, I can certainly do so at the next House of Assembly.
Speaker, as I was saying, the member for Sandy Hill said, and I quote from what she said, I'm not making this up, I'm not paraphrasing, I'm speaking word for word. She got up on a point of order, I have to start it over all again. And she said, don't know how many people remember 9/11 in 2001, and when 9/11 hit and the Twin Towers were struck, we lost our tourism in Anguilla. We fell off the cliff. We lost our tourism in Anguilla. That's what she said. That's what she said. I got my capable permanent secretary of tourism here, Madam Speaker. Elevated to acting governor. Quite possibly the next deputy governor of Anguilla. Acting deputy governor, sorry, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it said that we lost our tourism in Anguilla. We fell off the cliff. Madam Speaker, said there have been times when the tourism product as a whole, the entirety, not just aspects of it, have been crippled. And she just quoted something about Madam Speaker. Numbers don't lie. She said it have been crippled, fell off the cliff, not just aspects of it, but the entirety was lost. Tourism arrivals for 1999, 46,782. Tourism arrivals in 2000, 43,000, 2000, sorry. Tourism arrivals, write it down, Madam Speaker. Tourism arrivals in 1999, 46,782. Tourism arrivals in 2000, 43,789. Tourism arrivals in 2001, 47,965. Tourism arrivals in 2002, 43,969. tourism arrivals in 2006 for the 6,915. You notice the consistency there? You notice the consistency there? So tell me, Madam Speaker, how is it you want to make the claim that tourism arrivals fell off the cliff in not only aspects of it, but the entirety? The entirety? In 2001, Madam Speaker, the month of September 11, 2001, I was home getting ready for work, Madam Speaker. I was working at a Cuisinart Resort and Spa that had recently opened in 1999, December 20th, 1999 to be exact, Madam Speaker. Following Hurricane Lenny, it was the only game in town. Capjuluka was decimated, beach was gone, Malihan was closed, everybody was closed. Only Cuisinart opened, 1999. And Madam Speaker, I was home, and famed journalist Raspy and Iwande were on radio, special news item that a small plane had hit the World Trade Center. So I was listening to it, getting ready, ran down to Cuisinart, and when we got down there, myself, Sean Richard, the son-in-law of Mr. Leandro Risotto, may he rest in peace, all of us decided to go up in one of the guest rooms. The hotel was closed for September. Hotel was closed at the end of August. Went up in one of the guest rooms, Madam Speaker, and turned on the television to see what was going on with this small plane. And while we were watching the flames billowing out of the World Trade Center, we saw another plane going, and we saw the devastation, Madam Speaker. As history will have it, over 3,000 souls were lost on that fateful day, Madam Speaker, that changed the world forever. Now we have to take our shoes off, among other things, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we all had to convene meetings because what's going to happen? And when the time came for the hotels to open, the hotels opened. And the tourism economy was very robust in 2001, and then got better in 2002. So there hasn't been no time during that time that it fell off the cliff, Madam Speaker. I can speak from personal experience, Madam Speaker. From personal experience. And I look around this house, Madam Speaker, even if Mr. Member for Western was here, I was the only person who is in this house who worked in the hospitality industry at that time, other than yourself, Madam Speaker. Because I remember you were a hospitality professional as well during that time, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, so the member for Sandy Hill went on that day. So what do we need to do? We need to focus on developing industries that are going to ensure that even if our tourism industry takes a hit, we're able to continue to live and survive in Anguilla. Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to say something here, Madam Speaker, because the member for Sandy Hill also referenced the financial meltdown of 2008, Madam Speaker. And the financial meltdown of 2008 came, but our tourism did not fall off the cliff and cripple in all aspects of it closed down, you know. What was crippled was the construction sector. Because starting in 2007, Madam Speaker, Flag closed its doors temporarily in terms of the construction, never to open again, Madam Speaker. It was the Anguilla United Front that granted visa waivers for over 700 Indians for a company called Carillion, Madam Speaker. It was the Anguilla United Front who granted visa waivers for almost 400 Chinese, Madam Speaker, to work on a company called Astra, Madam Speaker, following a company called Hensel Phillips, Madam Speaker. And all of these companies came into Anguilla, hired subcontractors, left Anguilla shows, owing subcontractors in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, millions of dollars. It was the Anguilla United Front, when the member for Sandy Hill, Ms. Cora Richardson Hodge, was part of that administration, who allowed DCK to come in here under construction at Cap Juluca and left the shores of Anguilla, owing the subcontractors in Anguilla millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to say this. The Anguilla progressive movement have made it clear to every developer, and they come into our shows every week, Madam Speaker, because of what is happening in terms of airport development, Madam Speaker, that any foreign contractors that are contracted to develop your project must place in escrow a certain percentage of the quantum to ensure that if you leave our shows, our local contractors are not holding the bag like they have done in the past, Madam Speaker. We need to protect our people. And while it is under the Anguilla United Front, the memorandums of understanding had a clause about social contributions saying that within 6 weeks you have a discussion and nothing ever happened. This administration, Madam Speaker, is ensuring that every single developer that comes to the shows must produce that social development clause. And we see it manifesting. We would not have an MRI today if that was not the case. And there's a lot more in store. Stay tuned. 3:45 today. Stay tuned, Madam Speaker. The Do Things crew, Madam Speaker. That's what we call ourselves nowadays because people give us that name. The Do Things crew. I like it. Do things. Be unafraid. I had a former political colleague who was on this side of the divide. We were moving towards the Valley Main Road. He said, "You brave. All the criticisms that you get now, then you still going forward with this?" I said, "Partner, the difference between a lot of us is that all of us don't intend to stick around in politics for life. We got to do things so that 20 years from now, people look back and say, it was a good thing that was done, Madam Speaker." Madam Speaker, I don't know if you know, but there was a man by the name of James Ronald Webster that became the first Chief Minister of Anguilla. He was in political office and a government side of political office for no more than 5 years. People don't remember that, you know. James Ronald Webster was in office for no more than 5 years. He came to office in 1976, winning 6 of the 7 seats. A motion of no confidence was tabled in 1977 by the lone member of the opposition, Mr. Hubert Benjamin Hughes, and it succeeded. How could that be? When I hear them saying that Hubert moved Ronald out of office, I say, but how can a motion of no confidence succeed? The Honorable Pam Webster, Madam Speaker, moved a motion of no confidence against Victor Franklin Banks' government just a few years ago, Madam Speaker. Did it succeed? No, because Cora Richardson Hodge, Evan McNeil Rogers, Curtis Richardson, Cardigan Connor, Everly Bradley, Joseph Vanderpool did not support the motion. Let me withdraw Jose's name because I'm not sure if he was a member at that time. He may not have been a member at that time. But the members that did not support it. So, it did not pass. So, Mr. Webster now became a member of the opposition 1 year. In 1980, under the Anguilla United Party, Hubert Benjamin Hughes and James Ronald Webster came to office, Madam Speaker. Winning what? 6 of the 7 seats. Only Emil Gomes of the Anguilla United Front, Anguilla National Alliance, was in government. But in 1981, elections again. And then in 1984, elections again. And Mr. James Ronald Webster never saw political office again. Do the calculations. Less than 5 years. But what he did in that less than 5 years was develop something called Social Security. And because I grew up in the house of Hubert Benjamin Hughes, I know the politics and the history of it. Social Security could not move forward without the government. And that government moved forward with Social Security. And today, we have Social Security Yes, it is maybe in a little bit of trouble now because of what have transpired, but it's there, Madam Speaker. Ronald Webster, the honorable father of the nation's name, will always be tied to Social Security. So when they say, why are you risking your political life to do the Valley Main Road, to do this and to do that and to do the next? It isn't about political life. It's about how you can enhance the lives of the people, Madam Speaker. When I came to office in 2020, I had a meeting at the Ministry of Infrastructure that was headed by Permanent Secretary Karim Hodge, and I laid out where I wanted to go. Valley Main Road, Blowing Point Ferry Terminal, airport development, all of these things. A lot of people said it wasn't possible. Not the PS supported it, say, hey, I'm on board, we can make this happen. But a lot of people say it wasn't possible. And today it's possible. Look where we're going with the airport. And when I hear the member for Sandy Hill talking about airport development, Madam Speaker, I cringe. You know why? Of the Anguilla United Front, when they first came to office, the one person believed in airport development was Curtis Richardson. He always talked about it. Airport development. We need airport development. I'll give him that credit. He spoke about it. Because fundamentally, the Anguilla United Front did not believe in airport development. Because if they did, the decision to abandon Birmingham that was being secured by James Ronald Webster, land exchange in the valley to build the airport in Birmingham, Sir Emil Gomes and Albina Lake Hodge, remember the letter in 1984 that was written to the government of Taiwan that said, we are a small island on the threshold of independence. Pre-independence infrastructure is needed, and we are asking you for assistance to develop our international airport. 1984, Minister of Infrastructure, Miss Albina Lake Hodge, the Honorable Albina Lake Hodge. She was the Minister of Infrastructure and Social Development, and Emil Gomes, who was the Chief Minister and Minister of Tourism and Home Affairs, Madam Speaker. And then Hubert Benjamin Hughes came as the Chief Minister following Emil Gomes, Madam Speaker, in 1994. And he too pushed forward with the airport in Birmingham, so much so that a whole study was done, the plans laid out, the renderings laid out, the agreements and so forth, the discussions with the French and what have you. And then in 2000, the Anguilla United Front came to office and said, all of the holes that were held in Birmingham, you're free to do whatever you want, we're not concerned about that. And then they said they want to embark on lengthening the airstrip at the Wallblake Airport to facilitate what? The American Eagle ATR 72. And in a consultation, Mr. Sherman Haskins got up and he said, do we have a guarantee from American Eagle that will continue to serve the route after the airport is extended? And the Minister of Finance said no. And while we had 3 to 4 flights from San Juan into Anguilla a day, after the airport was open, we had how many? 1 and then 0. Because the market was decimated, Madam Speaker. I met personally with the general manager of American Eagle in San Juan, and he said he advised the government at the time to do the work in the night and allow the 3 flights to be in the day. And they went against it and closed it all down. So when we came to office and we said we want to develop the airport, what did we do? We closed the airport in the night, and in the day it opened and we resurfaced. And without the resurfacing and the increase in the PCN, there would never be an American Airlines today. This is a matter of fact. Could never. Because the Civil Aviation Authority, the FAA, ASA, would never have allowed that flight to come into Anguilla unless certain requirements were made, Madam Speaker. And now, Madam Speaker, we have completed the enabling works. Never mind the leader of the opposition say that this year's budget is an airport budget. We are building the pillars that will put Anguilla on a path of sustainability and economic resilience so that diversity in our economy, not only tourism, our tourism will rise, but many other pillars and opportunities will also come to the fore, Madam Speaker. This is what we are doing. I read the King James Version, where it spoke about a man building his house upon the sand and a man building his house upon a rock. And upon this rock we stand, Madam Speaker. We are building the pillars of Anguilla's economic resilience and the pillars to sustain and diversify Anguilla's tourism and all other industries that will come because of it through the development of the airport. We are building the foundation, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure development is people development. And when we talk about diversification, Madam Speaker, we have to understand that 9/11 happened, tourism bounced back. COVID happened, tourism bounced back. But what COVID did, and if you read Fareed Zakaria's book, Lessons in the Post-Pandemic Era, if you read that book, what it says, that AI and artificial intelligence and robotics and the like, that would have taken 15, 20, 25 years to develop, was sped up during COVID out of necessity, Madam Speaker. And today, you can go into a restaurant in the United States of America and not meet one human being. Not one human being. Things are changing. So when we talk about diversifying Anguilla's economy, we must understand the new age, the new world that we find ourselves in. It's a new age. It's a new world. And when COVID hit, Madam Speaker, when COVID hit, you think it's only tourism that was decimated? You think it was only tourism that fell off the cliff? Manufacturing closed down. Everything closed down. Pilots lost their jobs. Shippers lost their jobs. Businesses went into bankruptcy all over the United States of America. Hundreds and hundreds of them. While Amazon and Jeff Bezos, while Jack Ma and Alibaba got richer and richer. Because during the period of COVID, the Biden administration printed more currency than at any time in their history before. And they gave persons stimulus checks. And those stimulus checks was paid where? Into Amazon, and those people, they got richer and richer and richer and richer. And because of those Amazon checks, of those stimulus checks, and because of the demands, what happened? Inflation rose to unprecedented levels. In some countries, up to 70% inflation. From 1 week to the next, eggs in the United States was doubling every single week. During that period, things are starting to level off now, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, we have to understand that even in terms of diversification of Anguilla's economy, we have to ensure that this egg that we call tourism must be protected at all costs, and you must grow that egg, because that tourism egg is going to be the answer to every problem, Madam Speaker. And here's it. Dubai was once an oil-rich country, had diversified into tourism. St. Kitts, Nevis, Antigua, St. Lucia, all of these countries were once agricultural powerhouses. Now, they have significantly moved into the tourism space. The pressures from the OECD and the first world nations on these countries in terms of our social or financial services and compliance have made it so difficult for them. BVI in Bermuda, who are reliant on the revenue that is derived from the offshore financial sector, Madam Speaker. Tourism is the one economy, tourism is the one industry that's going to bounce back time and time and time and time again, no matter what happens, Madam Speaker. Hurricanes, pandemics, natural disasters, man-made disasters, it continues to grow. And we got to position ourselves to maximize from the benefits that will be derived from tourism. And we have completed our enabling works. Our custom cargo building that will be a modern, fit-for-purpose, beautiful facility have commenced construction. This week, The 16th of this month, we'll be closing bids on the terminal building. Hopefully, we can break ground on the new modern facility, the terminal building. And very shortly, Madam Speaker, thereafter, we'll be looking to expand the runway, Madam Speaker, to ensure that this tourism egg benefits Anguilla, that Anguilla becomes the best place for work, play, and to live, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just this year, Saudi Arabia lifted a 70-plus-year-old ban on drinking alcohol. And I was not surprised, because when Saudi Arabia announced that they were going to spend upwards of $1 trillion to develop a tourism economy and tourism industry, I said, how that's going to work without alcohol? I'm not saying that we need to drink alcohol, but we got the best bartender here, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, what I'm saying is that Saudi Arabia is going where? Tourism, Macau, China, New York City, Florida, Orlando, Vegas, St. Martin. Tourism. More and more people are traveling than ever before. So we got to position ourselves to capitalize. And we should never seek to diversify Anguilla totally away from tourism. We must always seek to diversify our economy. We must always seek to grow our tourism. We must always seek to put heads in beds. We must always seek to ensure that our chefs, our curators, our influencers, our boat operators, our pilots in aviation companies, our hotels, and all the people who work in the tourism industry continue to grow their pie and create opportunities for them to diversify the economy, Madam Speaker. A lot of us have gone to business, Madam Speaker. A lot of us that is supposedly not tourism related, but ultimately that's where the dollar comes from. So, Madam Speaker, it is important that we continue to grow that, and I think that it's important that we remove property tax from residential homes. Madam Speaker, I think it's going to help a significant number of persons. I dare say that all 7,000 homeowners in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, will be glad that property tax will no longer receive a property tax bill, Madam Speaker, from the Department of Inland Revenue. But, like I said before, those persons who have outstanding property tax, you can work on a payment plan, knowing full well that that figure will not grow if you're non-compliant, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and even though I took a significant amount of notes from what the member for Sandy Hill said, I will not respond to them because I'm very wary of the time, and the Anguilla United Front has a very important engagement this afternoon, and I don't want to disturb that engagement. I wanted to meet that engagement, so I won't respond to all of the things that the member for Sandy Hill said. But hopefully in a future debate, we'll be able to speak to some of these issues if the issues are relevant, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, member, and thanks to all members for their contributions. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to amend the Property Tax Act 2015, Act number 10 of 2015.
Under Rule 45 of the House of Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, the bill now stands referred to a committee of the whole assembly to be considered clause by clause. Assembly in committee.
Clauses 1 through 3.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 3 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title and the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The assembly will now resume its sitting. You may report, sir.
Madam Speaker, I beg to report that a bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 be read a third time and pass. Sorry? It's gone through committee stage without amendments and is ready for its third reading.
A bill for Property Tax Amendment Act 2024, third reading.
Now you can move for passage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 be read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Property Tax Amendment Act 2024 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
An act to amend the Property Tax Act 2015, Act number 10 of 2015.
Bill read a third time and passed.
Private members' bills? None. Private bills? None. Other orders of the day?
You have other orders?
I would like to ask for adjournment to the House until. Can I move for adjournment, Madam Speaker? Unless they have something. No. Yes, I would like to ask for an adjournment to the House until the 27th, Tuesday, the 27th of February 2024, Madam Speaker.
10 a.m.
At 10 a.m.
Someone second?
Second, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House stands adjourned until February 27th at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This Honorable House now stands adjourned until February 27th at 10 a.m. Thank you, members. Have a good evening.